But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Holding. Defense.
The ref totally blew that call.
Oh, I'm sure he'll make the right call next time.
It's too late. It cost us the game.
Well, it's just one game.
That loss eliminated us from the playoffs.
Oh, the playoffs are on so late. Now you'll be well rested.
Okay, I need you to stop talking now.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. A gentleman by the name of Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos, and you are welcome to get involved on the program by texting in 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Calling into our Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And then just getting involved in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMA STL. A Stiefel dossier for the ages today. Joey Vitale, 8:15.
Oh.
The Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, 9 o'clock.
Wonderful.
And Matt Holliday, 10 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, 10:45. And according to the Stiefel dossier, in segment 8.3, Martin, it's called Pre-Gabe. That's where you will find our drops of the week. What time we hit 8.3, no one knows. Theoretically, it's supposed to be at approximately 8:40, 6:30.
Oh, gosh.
Big fan of that pregame.
Yeah.
It's one of the newer elements that Jackson's rolled out.
Yeah. So that's what we got for you on the program. Settle in. The next 4 hours will be broadcast excellence here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. And you can always podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. I recommend podcasting. But, Doug, I know you are looking to fire some members of the St. Louis Blues, and I know you have a Mount Rushmore of people who need to be let go, so go ahead.
I think probably everybody. I think you clean house after this. I don't know how much patience you expect me to have or Tom Stillman. I don't know. If you watch that, I think you got to probably trade 20 to 23 players by tomorrow when they play Calgary. The coaching staff's got to go.
Okay.
Pretty much everyone. Splitsville at this point. That was a poor performance. Maybe the worst ever opening night. First time they'd ever been shut out on an opening night game.
That's right. So
that was disappointing.
So we had 5 months of, I just can't wait for the next season.
Now the whole team needs to go.
Yeah. And
it just goes like that?
And now the building was half empty there midway through the third period.
That was deflating. Mm-hmm. Let's be honest. It happens. You'd rather it not be the first game.
No.
Go ahead and go to Calgary and lay an egg. First game, all the hoopla.
Mm-hmm.
The Blues franchise just lost half its value.
Oh,
so municipal eligible.
I don't know about
50% reduction in value.
Could be.
I don't know if that's a Forbes report from municipal eligible or he just does his own franchise valuations. But yeah, they lost 50% in value with the 5-0 loss to the Minnesota Wild. Doug, a lot of shots into the logo of Gustafson.
Yeah.
That's what you said? A lot of shots into the logo
into
of
the
Gustafson?
logo or the breadbasket. Mm-hmm. They had some good scoring chances there, second period. They didn't play that poorly. Had all kinds of shots on goal. But it just seemed like every time they did shoot it, went right into the logo. He didn't have to stand on his head or spit wooden nickels.
Jackie Papers, I see you're active. I'm going to call for audio to give you approximately a 3-second warning. Jim Montgomery's reaction to what went wrong last night.
Where's the audio?
Jim Montgomery is the head coach of your St. Louis Blues.
I think our habits, special teams, our battle level on one-on-one battles wasn't at the level that we expect. And then I think the biggest difference was the battle at the net front. There's a process that we believe in, and a lot of those details and habits within our process cost us tonight.
The Blues won't score a single goal all year. That's from the Orson Woods Wacko. The Blues are a joke. This city is a Billikens town now. That's Kwame Voyoukas IV.
It is a Billikens town, but the Blues can get in there. They'll share a little time. I don't know. There's just hopefully that's about as bad a game as they'll play all year. It won't be, but there really wasn't much to get too excited about, was there?
Well, I'll tell you
Thomas at
this,
the post.
Tim. I'll tell you this. It's Blues season again, and the way I know that is I got my first parking ticket of the hockey season.
Oh, did you?
Wow, that's nice.
Yeah, and paid the 2 hours, parked on the street. We enter on what would be more of the north side of the building, so any of the parking to the south side is not really optimal. So you plug the meter as best you can. Got me past the 5 o'clock hour, which I thought was kind of the cutoff for the meter. But as I was leaving the building at about 7:15, saw multiple city employees handing out tickets. The city is buttoned up. There's no issues downtown because we have got parking under control. Doug,
They don't want anybody going down there.
I've heard this, Vaughn, talk crap about downtown for so long. I'm here to tell you, pal, they have got parking enforcement down. You say it's not safe? I got a ticket that tells you it is.
Okay.
Hockey's back. That's my number one side.
They don't want you going downtown.
It's unbelievable.
Stay out.
They are just going up and down the street. Ticket. Boy, this city has got it buttoned up. There you go.
What's that going to cost you?
$20, and then I'll forget, and then I'll realize it's $40, and I'll go to the newsroom and say, Remember opening night, and I had to go down and do 18 live shots while Rich Gould sent me pictures of him in a pool?
Oh.
Yeah, it's $40 now.
And will they pay that? They'll pay that, right?
I think they'll pay that. Even in these challenging times, Doug, I think we can squeeze out 20. My
7 o'clock's the cutoff, according to Grandma Johan. I guess Grandma Johan's working.
I'm telling you, they were still up and down. They
Even
were
after 7?
Because I left 7:20, I would say. I left the building, and they were still. And I saw.
No way.
Giving parking tickets once it's dark outside is a load of BS.
Yeah, and again, you pay the meter, you do your part. There's not a lot of options down there. There's an immediate parking. That's fine. I'm a big boy. It's okay. But it's unbelievable how that is what the city prioritizes.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
Yeah, you're hot.
Welcome to town. I hope you're a hockey fan that maybe, I don't know, traveled from Decatur. Welcome to St. Louis. Here you go. Here's your ticket. Come back soon.
Did the car get broken into?
It did not, so I guess I should be grateful.
Right.
My bad. I take it all back. Jackson, delete that audio.
It's gone.
Well, it'll take a lot of the fun out of it when your car gets messed with. You pick up a ticket that you didn't deserve.
I'm trying to imagine you as you arrive to your vehicle and see the ticket on there.
Were you delighted?
Thought about crumbling it up.
I like that.
I'll show them when I get the boot in 2 years.
Martin, pay the fine in semi-used gift cards. That's from Al and Dave.
Oh, I like that.
Spread it out.
It might be a defunct restaurant. We help put them out of business.
Coming back, though.
But give it a shot. No, and again, parking enforcement is an important part of any city. I understand that. It seems to be the one thing they really prioritize. That's where I'm confused. Carry on.
It's like one thing they can control, I guess.
It's unbelievable.
They can squeeze a few dollars out of us.
Because all those cars are people willing to come downtown, Doug, willing to spend money, generating tax dollars.
Right.
But we're gonna show them.
Yeah, however we can.
Oh, you're a minute over? Gotcha.
How about this, Jackson? This will lift your spirits. Morning, guys. Have a great day. My nephew and his fiance asked me to officiate their wedding. Yes, that's me in a good mood. Enjoy. And it's from Lisa, who Jackson describes as a gem. And it looks like she is performing a wedding ceremony in the image she sent in to this Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Well, that's
awesome.
nice.
Doug, any words of advice? Pastor Doug.
Prenup, right?
Yeah. A
Sorry, I
prenup,
meant to-
absolutely. A prenup. Yeah.
I was talking about the ceremony.
Oh.
Yeah. I'd say don't overspend because, you know, you can always get married 3 or 4 times.
Right.
You don't want to blow it all in the first one.
Yeah.
Cash bar.
Yeah. There are so many expenses with a wedding that are just so outrageous.
What about the ones with a divorce? You can have Han on retainer.
He can be on
Table
retainer.
centerpieces. And,
Absolutely. I've got a number of friends.
gosh.
Doug, how many bartenders do you have on retainer?
I don't need a one.
Blue suck!
Oh.
Fire Monty! Let's go, Battlehawks. Doug, thank you for last night. It was painful yet beautiful.
Oh.
To Lady Sonia's teacup. What did you do last night
I watched the game.
with Lady Sonia's
I
teacup?
switched back and forth. Hockey, baseball. Oh, between periods, let's catch some baseball.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
Everything's just wet.
Was?
Parking tickets in a city no one wants to visit is like doing reservations only for a restaurant that serves hot dogs only. That's some wedding tackle.
That's actually a pretty good analogy.
Yeah, I don't mind that. And again, $20, it's fine. Parking enforcement, it's fine. Seems to be a real priority for a city who has some other issues.
It's just crazy that they would
Name
charge
one.
you after.
I'm telling you, it was after 7.
That's crazy.
That, I have to tell you, even though I was in the comforts of my basement, where I'm always existing, that irritates me. That really irritates me.
Can you fight it? It's not worth fighting if it's $20.
I'm send L.A. Davis down there with his buzzer
Get him out of
to
town.
interrupt the next mayoral
When
press
you run your
conference.
town like a third world country, parking tickets are the priority, not the carjackings, muggings, and bums. That's from the Warson Woods wacko, who is not necessarily on board with the parking tickets after 7 o'clock.
Well, I don't think it's the police giving you the parking tickets.
No, it's a department that does it. I would prefer, because I've walked many a night, 11-ish or so, 3-4 blocks to the north, a little bit to the west as you're headed towards Energizer Park that way, to park up the roads that way. And I would love to see some police officers.
Yeah.
Not the ones with little pads of paper saying you're a minute past, your quarter just expired. I would love to see plenty of police officers. That's not what this is.
Guys, I heard Jackson was at Bobby's place last night, hammered, screaming, "Suck it, hockey, go Cubs, go." That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Well, if that's the case, then you have to be delighted with the Cubs forcing a Game 5 with a 6-0 win last night. And you were at Bobby's place? Valley, is that Valley Park?
Dumbass text.
Oh, no.
It is, yeah. It's right there at 141, and I don't know if that's Marshall Road that comes out there. Right across the street from Carroll House.
And the grain, didn't we talk about that
The
grain elevator?
Yeah, it's right there, too.
Tim, you missed it. We had a good segment one day talking about the grain elevator.
That's where I got some sod. It's doing great, too, though. Tall fescue, doing great.
In the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, they are talking it over already. 142 friends in there here in the early goings of the program. And just a lot of guys saying morning cuties, which I like. I guess people are in a mood to be sporting. And that's wonderful because even though the Blues lost last night, Doug, we still have a wonderful weekend of sports that we are just in the midst of. We're just in the midst of it. All right. We got Missouri and Alabama tomorrow. We've got ILL and Ohio State tomorrow. You got Indiana traveling to the Autzen Zoo, college game day there. You got the Red River, don't say it, rivalry.
Okay.
And somebody's going to get grabbed from the top 20 by somebody that you weren't expecting. I don't know who it's going to be. Maybe it'll be multiples.
Right.
And my official prediction for Predictionary is this time at approximately, I'll say 10:30 Saturday night, a coach that you did not think was on the hot seat is on the hot seat. At the same time, what we have found out in sports is you are one loss away from being demanded to be fired. And right now it's Rob Thompson of the 96-win Philadelphia Phillies who needs to go. And he needs to go because his reliever decided to throw it home. Instead of throw it to first base, he throws it wide. Orion Keckering, Doug, and that ends it for the Phillies. Oh, sweet mother of mercy. Were you watching it live?
I was too. Yeah. I'm sure they're taking it very well in Philadelphia, too, because they're very soft-spoken and kind-hearted fan base. I felt horrible for that guy. I hate to see a game, much less a season, end that way, because that'll follow him everywhere.
Take a listen. Here is the call of the game-winning play for the Dodgers that sent them to yet another NLCS and ended the Phillies season.
Trey. Hess breaks his bat. Kirkring got to find it. Throws to the plate. Oh, my goodness. He throws it away. And the Dodgers have won.
It was unbelievable. And there's a great photo. You can see Real Muto pointing to first, just pointing. And the kid talked, and he said it was a horse bleep throw. And I think he's from L.A., and I can only imagine if he's in the off season and they just kind of play that every once in a while, living there. Oh, God.
If you didn't see it, the bases were loaded, 2 out, ground ball back to the pitcher. He boots it, still had plenty of time to go to first to get the out in the inning. Instead, he kind of off balance throws home over the catcher's head, winning run scores.
I mean, it was a really bad throw.
Yeah, it was terrible. Some of his teammates were hugging him. I think the Phillies probably ought to trade the poor guy. Because he'll never get over it in Philadelphia. They'll never let him forget that.
What did he do, an Instagram Live or something?
Yeah. The Cardinals would take him. He's a pretty good reliever. But do you think they'll ever let him forget that in Philadelphia?
As brutal as they can be, I would hope. I'm going to hope that there's some humanity there. That they let him go.
There's very little humanity in Philadelphia.
I know that's a big
I'd give it a week.
It's a big leap there.
Especially with the Eagles loss last night.
Oh, my God. I wanted to. Can we go live? Can we go live right now and tune in to Philly Sports Radio?
WIP Philadelphia. Oh, my. They are not happy. Penn State loses to UCLA. The Phillies lose on an E1. And then the Eagles, in that time, since Penn State's lost to UCLA, have lost twice. Now, at least the Broncos are decent. But here comes Jackson Dart and Cam Scattaboo. Doug, Cam Scattaboo, is he the next Barry Sanders? They have a similar running style.
No, he just plows ahead for a yard at a time. But he got 3 touchdowns last night.
That's right.
Do you like how he does a flip in the end zone?
Yeah, it's like the Wizard on a home run by the Wizard.
I didn't see the flip. I wasn't watching.
Oh, yeah. He flips.
He had a big college career at Arizona State. Mm-hmm. He doesn't look like a prototypical running back. He's short and squat.
Looks like Hedgecock. Doesn't he look like Madison Hedgecock? I think he got the same number.
Yeah, he texts into the show.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of
Cody out on the PGA Tour champions.
Yeah. A lot of Cody Schrader in him, Just fight for every single inch.
Only bigger, bulkier, stronger.
Yep.
Guys, the Flyers lost their opener, too.
Good.
You're happy.
Yes.
That Philadelphia's.
Yes, if any city sports fans need to suffer, it is Philadelphia. Because they are the most obnoxious sports fans in all of America. Beating out
Boston
New York
by
and
an
Boston.
edging Boston by.
Yeah. If you've ever seen the videos of what Eagles fans do to opposing fans who show up, how dare they show up in another jersey or something? It's just crazy. It's just horrendous.
I will say that baseball game was going to be a classic playoff game. It deserved a better ending. It deserved like a walk-off hit or somebody hit a huge homer in extra innings.
1-1, Phillies, Dodgers, two great teams. And now in Philadelphia, they're saying it's time to tear it down. Just like that. You win 96 games.
Yeah. One bad play.
You lose to the Dodgers. Defending world champions, and the theme is it's time to tear it down. Jackson, do we have that post-game show? They are not happy on that NBC Sports post-game show.
Good.
It's unfortunate, and I don't want to say he's not the reason they lost the game, because that play lost the game, but there was other opportunities for the Phillies to score runs, and again, they failed to score the runs.
The one thing I will say, they did hit some balls hard. I think Benny at some point said they had 11 hard-hit balls. So they did hit some balls well. They didn't have some situational at-bats. There was an at-bat late in the game where Harper was 3-0, and Vesia was trying to walk the guy. He throws him a slider off the plate, 3-0, and he sort of half swings at it. He ends up making it out that inning. You know, he could have been on base at that point. There's just certain things that happen during the course of the game that, you know, you wish that they had a little bit more patience, and there were times when you wish they were a little bit more aggressive. And so they were sort of in between tonight and couldn't get things done. And it's really unfortunate.
Yeah, Doug, sometimes you need to be patient, but sometimes you need to be aggressive.
Yeah. And the players don't know that, but those of us who watch do.
I was a little disappointed. They seemed defeated. They didn't even seem mad. They're just defeated.
Sharon in Clayton says it's all karma for that obnoxious woman who took that ball back from that man and his kid. It never fails. Sharon in Clayton.
That's right. That could well be. She had a Phillies jersey on.
That's right. Down in Miami.
Yeah.
You're welcome to give your theories, thoughts. 314-399-9646. Save the number in your phone and text into the program. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Then you've got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends have gathered to talk it over, like Steve Gottsagen's teleprompter and Andy Harder and Jake and St. Genevieve and Bob Lucier and The Hunter. They're all in there, and they're all talking it over. Joey Vitale will be with us coming up off of his first television broadcast / simulcast. That's at 8:15. Gabe DeArmond, presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, will join us coming up at 9 o'clock. And then at 10 o'clock, Matt Holliday on the baseball playoffs. Then you got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. And then pre-Gabe, we will have the drops of the week. There is your Stiefel dossier on TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. You can go online, and right now you're going to get 3 free samples from Proximity Mills and Michael at Michael's Flooring. Michael's passion's flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. He has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. His passion is flooring. And when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. There is a reason that Michael's Flooring has continued to grow for over 3 decades. Employees love working for him as they feel like family. And then he makes sure they're taken care of. This then rubs off to the families buying the product at Michael's Flooring, as they know they have the best interest of the buyers at heart. They have it all at Michael's Flooring. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They are in Creve Coeur, they are in Darden Prairie, and they are in St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
Don't care who the QB is. You do yours, drink or do his. Gonna whoop your asses and get it did. We'll do it on the iron they call grid. What you got for us, SEC? No cred, no props, what'll it be? Try to hold down those tiger paws. We'll smack you so hard you'll be eating with a straw. Go ahead and keep putting us down, but just look out, we coming to your town. Ain't gonna be there for a social visit. Gonna smack those chops. Yeah, boy, hit it.
Well, it's hard not to get fired up when you hear that, Doug.
Well, did he really say we're going to get it did? Is that what he said?
I think I think I heard that. Jackson, is that confirmed?
I don't have the lyrics in front of me.
We're going to get it did.
Probably get it in.
I think he said did.
Harry Hogg, chairman, says, I think I'm going to call in today, boys. I have some thoughts. He said that in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, so be on the lookout for Harry Hogg. That's spelled H-O-G-G-E.
I'd say hoagie.
314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. That's how you can call in. I mean, this program is loaded for bear here today. It's nonstop. Candidly, I think it should be 5-6 hours today. But I got to get on the road to Columbia, brother.
Oh, have you?
I got to get on the road to Columbia. I got that date with the hotel pool.
Traffic getting any better on 70 West?
I can text you.
Okay.
I think it's the 40-64 70 interchange with traffic that can be problematic for fans making their way.
There at Wentzville?
To
kind of by the territories,
by
like the entry.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of construction there.
I'll tell you what, if you're going tomorrow and you want to get there to tailgate a little bit, what are you leaving in, like 6? Just allow enough time. I'd be a little, like you leave at 7 and you get stuck in traffic.
I think you might be right about that, man. Whew. If you want to tailgate. Lot L's where it's at. But Lot L is like Huntley. Not everybody can get in.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Just
Do they have
you.
customs?
They do have customs. I
shows
think they
the
check your
paperwork.
net worth. And once again, Mr. Lick says if you're calculating net worth, you cannot include your home equity because real estate in St. Louis is not worth enough to have a material impact.
I don't know that that's fair.
That's Mr. Licks. He's the official net worth tracker of the morning after.
Mr. Licks is also predicting the Tigers go 0-7 the rest of the way.
That's correct, and he has a wager with Jackson. Jackson, I gave you the Eagles-Giants under last night. What are you going to do with those profits?
What profits?
You didn't bet it, did you?
Oh, I bet it. It just it was like from the beginning. I think we all knew that game was going way
If
over.
I was paying attention, I do feel like with Thursday night games, you can tell real early if they, for lack of a better term, prepared, but that's probably not the right term. Of course, they've prepared, but you know if there's going to be a lot of offense or if there's going to be none real early on. And I think I'm watching the Blues game. I take a look at the score app, and I see it was like 13-7. The Giants scoring 13 points in the first quarter. They hadn't scored more than 7 points. I think, honestly, in the first quarter, I was watching SVP this morning, and I could have had some asinine number. I mean, asinine number. I thought he said 81 games, but that seems just too ridiculous. Either way, it's been a while. And once I saw that, I go, oh, I hope Papers didn't bet this. I'll be honest, what I bet last night, I took the Blues, money line.
Yeah, I paired that. I took that alt total, so it was 47 and a half.
You paid more. Or no, you parlayed.
Yeah, and then parlayed it with the Blues money line. So I was content with it because it just clearly wasn't.
Yeah, if you go 0 for 2, that's fine.
Yeah, it feels a lot better. Yeah, the first Giants touchdown, they rolled out the red carpet for Jackson Dart to walk in there. I was like, all right, this isn't going to hit. This isn't going to hit, which is all right, you know. It's a big Saturday slate for us to get healthy.
Doug, get healthy on Saturday.
The Eagles look like the best team in the league for the first 4 weeks.
And now 2 straight losses. From last night's festivities in St. Louis, Braden Shen, the captain, giving his perspective on the debacle last night. First time the Blues have been shut out in their opener in the franchise's history.
I mean, you obviously want to win the home opener in front of your fans, and you know what? It's a long season. We can't dwell on one game. We have to turn the page, and the best part about it is we have a game in a day and a half here, and we can go right back at it and make some adjustments, and we know we can be better.
What's the little scurrying footsteps I hear after the goal?
It's ice skating.
Well, they're still going fast. They score, so
hey, skateboard
they gotta get out of there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it went off the post. Trying to collect the rebound, score from the ladies' tees.
Okay.
I think your addition of the little sounder to end the audio clips is outstanding.
Thank you.
Look at that.
Thank you. In another life, I could have been a Foley artist.
Kind of, I don't know what that means.
Now Martin's selling us.
The people who make the
bring the
sound.
alliance back together now.
Like if you took two glasses and you clopped them together, that'd be like a horse riding around.
They still got a guy in the sound studio making noises that sound like what the shot should look like because they can't get that sound actually during the filming of the scene.
Well, like in Jurassic Park, they famously got like all these sounds to make like the T-Rex roar. Because how you gonna make a T-Rex roar? You know, those.
Well, I understand that, but sometimes even footsteps and everything, they got a guy clacking shoes together on a table.
Right. Brian Henschel will tell you about that. He's got an ASMR whisper page.
Oh, does
Yeah, it's ASMR Ting Ting 4. It was super hot when Scadaboo and Dart rubbed their heads together after the game. That's from Mr. Lick. So he's not monitoring net worths this morning, but he's excited about the Giants. Giants, of course, the old money franchise in New York. Jets, more of the blue-collar meat and potatoes. So I imagine Mr. Licks is a Giants guy.
Scadaboo reminds me of Ty Domi. Remember him? The fighter with the maple. He kind of got a square head. You know, you can't hurt him. He doesn't really look like all the other athletes out there, but somehow he gets it done just by being kind of a cement head, and they can't stop him.
But in this era of the NFL where you roll out these young quarterbacks now, why did they mess with Russell Wilson? If you're going to be...
He came in for a few plays last night. Martin looked really good.
Well, but I'm saying in the offseason, why not just say, hey, listen, we're the Giants. We suck. We're going to start over. We got a young guy. He'll excite the fan base. Let's just put the kid out there and see what he does. But instead, let's try what the Broncos tried. Let's try what the Steelers tried. Why not be bold? These executives that like crunch tape and Doug, they don't even go home at night. They sleep in their office. And they just make so
First
many...
one there, last one to go home.
Yeah, they just make so many dumb decisions. Why not just go to the kid all along?
That would be too logical and too easy.
Right, and then they go to him after a few weeks like, oh, wow, he's excited the fan base. Imagine that, a first-round pick, a young guy instead of a retread. Shocking.
Well, I suppose if you're the coach or the GM, and if it doesn't work with the veteran, you say, well, this veteran just doesn't have it. If it doesn't work with the young guy, then it's on you. You should have known he wasn't ready. Maybe there's some of that too. I am a bad boy, and I'm testing things.
I would argue you could say the young guy, like, it buys you a little time. Hey, this rookie, we're going to have some growing pains, but hang with us.
Why isn't Rutherford booked today? Where is Strickland? The disaster last night needs to be discussed. That's from Harrison's brother Master, and he wants accountability.
I just don't like to be yelled at.
Harrison, Joey Vitale will be with us at 8:15. I'm curious what people thought of the first ever simulcast last night. As far as the overall presentation, the first approximate 5 minutes of the game, Doug, looked like it was be playing on the surface of the sun.
Yes, I noticed that. I thought something's wrong with my TV.
A number of people did. I had some friends texting me saying, hey, were there issues? Or are there issues? Is your game washed out? Does the ice look like it's... blinding. You can't even see the lines. And I was thinking, God bless America, this TV, which the audience knows is brand new because my wife threw her, whatever the hell was, that broke the television after the Winnipeg goal. Yes, exactly. So this is a 5-month-old television. I'm going, now I got to get another TV. And then about 5 to 10 minutes of gameplay in, that was 10-2. Martin, I don't know if you were watching because you were down there getting parking tickets.
Yeah, I was in the building for about the first 10 minutes of the game.
This was a big issue.
We're heading back, really.
I don't know.
It's like the contrast was way too high.
Would you call that white balancing?
I don't know if it was white
You
balancing.
think somebody just went up to the TV, Doug, and that little plastic button on the back contrast just turned it down?
Yeah, you would have thought it would have stuff. You would have thought it would have been a pretty easy thing to fix, or maybe they would have looked at that before the game. But
well, just for the record, we have a remote next week at the Rawlings Experience at Westport Plaza.
Yes. Our chance to have issues.
So
and we'll have them.
We won't. Let's not risk karma here by questioning the quality of a broadcast.
Get your war paint out.
I was a little worried that Joey would have to button it up a bit, and yet I was sitting at the 2 Fox office, and I heard him talking about Suzanne Summers and her Thigh Master.
He did. He was talking about Thigh Master, but he couldn't think of what the device was. I was going to help out with a text, but I thought, you know what, these guys have enough on their hands without me texting them. I have to tell you, I'll be the first one to say it. I thought it was good. I really did. I candidly went in figuring it's just a different style of broadcast. At least I thought. But I really thought it went well. And the overall reaction, and granted, this is social media, but considering social media essentially exists for people to complain, overall, people are kind of like, yeah, I thought it was better than I thought. Now, don't get me wrong, there's still some negativity. There's still some just anger on the way that John Kelly was let go. But overall, number one, I thought it was good. And number two, I thought that there were a lot of people who were kind of like, yeah, I was kind of thinking it wasn't going to be, but, I'm enjoying it. So that's my reaction and also my observation of reaction.
I almost think your goal of the first game is just to not hear much at all like that. If people just kind of say, it was fine. Instead of, oh, my God, what a terrible idea. Now there could still be some hiccups along the way.
Kerber and Vitale are so good and have so much personality that they can make even a bad game like this entertaining, and they did.
I think the line, and Tim, you read the article that JR did about the broadcast team coming together, but the guy Jay Rothman, who's with FanDuel, who used to be at ESPN, prominent executive, he said something about Tony Romo. And the more I thought about it, Vitale does have that spaz factor. I say that I say that as a compliment. That's actually a decent comp, just in terms of broadcast style, just the excitability level. I actually like that comp. And when I say spaz factor, that is a compliment.
You're not talking Spagnolo.
No, not spags.
Oh.
Spaz factor.
I see.
A lot of compliments actually coming in here, too. How about that? No compliments for this program,
no, I wouldn't,
but compliments for the broadcast.
Right.
The broadcast was great, aside from the first 10 minutes when we had to look into the surface of the sun. That is from the 217. I thought this was Arbor Day. Angry Dan. I just see, and then I see a capital A, capital D. I like Kerber and Joey. I didn't notice any difference from last year. That's from Angry Dan. So let's see. But on the other hand, Tim, you are deaf. It was, and then the S word. And I cannot say the S word. The Federal Communications Commission deems it to be offensive.
Unless he pitches for the Yankees, then that's different.
That's correct. That is correct.
Well, you didn't have your feelings hurt right there, did you?
I don't know.
With this
take
insult?
a break. Maybe I'll take some time away.
Just because someone said something mean to you?
Right.
You can't go to your boss's office. Say, I'm going to need some time away. Why is that? You under the weather? Somebody was mean to me. Do you know that person? No. What's their name? Uncle Billy's Flip Flops. Oh, really? Yeah, go ahead and take the weekend off.
Okay, gaslight girl boss gatekeep.
This show tries really hard, but besides that, it's terrible. Doug, that's from Steven Time, and I believe Steven Time is shorting the Missouri Tigers this weekend, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to track all these plays that the listeners send in. Jackson, do you have a wager with Steven Time? I feel like maybe you've bet with Steven Time.
I don't think so. Kurt, did you bet with Steven? Kurt bet with Steven Time.
What's the bet?
Well, that was previous. I think it was the KU game.
Yeah, I took a 50 spot off him.
There you go.
Is that right? And he came and paid?
Yeah.
God bless. Well, then I respect Steven Time.
And I would say his text is accurate. I was leaving the concourse last night, and a guy said, "Hey, I listen to the show every morning." And I said, "Oh, thanks." He says, "I don't know why." That's what he said.
Gabe.
Well, we're going to pre-Gabe in a little while.
Don't mess with Steven Time. That's from Ed Time, his brother.
Oh, yeah, the Brothers Time.
That sounds like a Coen Brothers movie.
Yeah, it actually does. Yeah.
Released.
So, Martin, you didn't get a chance to listen to the broadcast, I gather. Were you down there? Oh, you did a little bit when they started talking Thigh Master.
Yeah, back when I was at the Fox 2 headquarters compound, I did observe a fair amount. We had the baseball going, too. There was a lot. There was the football going all at once. But, yeah, what I noted was that it seemed just fine, which I think for them, you just want to – that first time out with anything, you just kind of want to get through it and not get buried with insults.
Oh, no. It was fine. It was good. I mean, technically, the people doing it, they're the same people that have always done it, so they know what they're doing.
The director, Phil Malika, does the Olympics hockey. I mean, when he's not doing blues hockey, he's doing the Olympics. Timmy Papst, great producer. So, yeah, they have a very accomplished team.
I noticed one difference. There was a power play where instead of taking the normal sideline camera view, most of the power play was behind the goal.
For the first minute of that power play, the first wild power play, it was behind the goal. I liked that.
Yeah, it's a different look.
Now, I wonder if they do that.
I don't know if they did that because the issue with the normal view and the ice was, as bright as it was. Again, I know, Martin, you weren't.
I don't think so, because they cut back to it. After they cleared it out of the zone, they cut back to the wide shot, and it was fine.
Okay. But I liked it. Personally,
Yeah, I did too.
You could see a lot of opportunities that Minnesota had. As far as the Blues specifically, the overall theme, both specifically, I was listening to the Curbside podcast on my way into the studios this morning, and Montgomery, Shen, and Falk all said the same thing. We did get some shots on goal. Certainly they were at the logo of Gustafsson. The issue was, Doug, they didn't go to the hard areas, and therefore not a lot of opportunities for second chance scoring. You like that? You like hard areas?
I think that's just something they say when you lose. We didn't go to the hard areas. They did go to the hard areas. They just didn't score. They had guys in front of the net, I thought. Kyrou had several chances right in front of the net.
I think the second period, they outshot the Wild 14-0 before the Wild even got a shot.
That's right. That's right.
So the hope is that one of those would go in.
Yeah.
We got a dais full of Blues rights holders. Soft! That's from Heimblum's spreadsheet in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
He wants us to start screaming at the club.
Football.
The piece split the D. Oh, what you gonna do? He's shooting the roof, Daddy. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Look at that.
There's going to be a lot of people wondering. Yeah, a lot of people wondering why this guy didn't get one of the Blues jobs.
Right.
That was a dad, Martin, calling one of his son's games.
Bill Reloaded says, it's okay to disagree. Some of you get your feelings hurt pretty easily, and it shows. That's from Bill Reloaded in the Michelob Ultra.
My girl, Bill.
Wasn't there a song called "Marry Me, Bill"?
Yeah, oh yeah. Marilyn McCoo. Won't you marry me, Bill?
Yeah, that was
Solid Gold.
Really
I think
catchy.
so. Yeah.
Mary McCoo with C-O-U, was it? Or no?
Something like that, yeah.
That "Marry Me, Bill" is very catchy. So,
Yeah, it was a good
my
song.
girl, Bill, marry me, Bill. Who is this Bill?
He gets around.
Trade Biddington for Schwarber.
Gosh, would you make that
Shooter
deal?
McGavin.
I think you would. Wouldn't you?
So
'Cause
Hofer goes in a net?
Yeah, Hofer looks pretty good. And you'd have a cleanup hitter.
All right, we'll see if we can get that done.
Doug Marilyn McCoo is 82.
Is she really?
The silence from Jackson and KG is asterisk deafening asterisk. The asterisks are for emphasis. That's how you know I'm serious. And Young, hashtag free perk. That's from Brian Henshin. Colts in action against is it the Rams this weekend? Or is that the Ravens and the Rams this weekend?
Ravens. I don't know who the Colts have. Henshin probably doesn't know either.
There's no way to know.
We will let you know on Monday after.
Cardinals play the Colts.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, Rams, Ravens.
You guys are sprinkling sugar on, and then there's that S word I can't say again.
No.
That's from the 618.
Stop
I don't know if that's about the Blues game and how we're holding rights for the Blues, because our careers are absolutely contingent upon being complimentary of the St. Louis Blues, or being complimentary of the Chris Kerber, Joey Vitale simulcast. Yeah. If I thought it sucked, I'd be honest with you. I'd tell you I thought it sucked. Because like the first 5 minutes and not having the video right, that sucked.
They saw
But
that.
I thought the broadcast was good. And I got to be honest, I kind of went in going, I don't know how this is going to go.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I thought. I told you boys that yesterday before the show. Thought it was good, though.
I wonder if the people that listened on the radio, if they happen to be in a car all night for whatever reason, if they found it
somebody texted
different.
in earlier that the radio broadcast was not great. Somebody did text that in, and
So
I don't
therefore
know.
it's different because, like...
Well, maybe they were listening to the radio, but it had more of a TV delivery. I don't know, but somebody did text that in that had an issue with the radio broadcast. And we're here to please.
I
We'll
was
take all
wondering,
your complaints.
As the game got out of hand, they started talking more than describing the exact play-by-play and the location of the puck at all times. I wonder how that affected the radio listener.
Well, they could re-text in.
Okay. Sharon's 0-1 at the Blues game so far with a plus-minus of -5 and a creep factor of 100. Way to go, yappers. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, and that warfare continues.
Gosh.
Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom has seats in the Bull and the Bear Club, and unfortunately Sharon does not, and so there's some tension between them that one is in the Stiefel Bull and Bear and one is not.
And he's blaming Sharon for all 5 of the goals.
The he part right there.
Mm-hmm.
You're wrong.
I saw the recovering alcoholic. I stopped by the Bull and the Bear.
The recovering alcoholic has what I think actually is the most fascinating audio we have today. Martin, he was sending us texts yesterday The recovering alcoholic has a podcast. It's called Pond Offs Anonymous. Scott Spiezio, friend of the program, a guest on the podcast this week. Now, for Cardinal fans who remember the 2006 World Series, and Jackie Papers, you're 27 years old, and that was your first introduction to a local championship because you were too young for the Rammies. And I don't even know if you would have known if the Blues had won the Stanley Cup.
Probably not.
So in 2006, with the Cardinals winning the World Championship, that is a team that certainly came out of nowhere, considering the trajectory they were on going into the postseason. And Spiezio, who we have interviewed plenty of times on this show, does a 2-hour interview with the gentleman who texts into this podcast as the recovering alcoholic on his podcast, and the audio is absolutely incredible. I mean, as far as what was going on with the 2016, you will not hear this anywhere else because the podcast has not been released, but he sent it to us as a longtime sponsor and listener of this program, and we will have it for you. Coming up next, Joey Vitale at 8:15. Coming up at 9 o'clock, the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, Missouri, Alabama. 11 o'clock, Illinois, Ohio State, 11 o'clock. Texas, Oklahoma, 2:30. Indiana, Oregon, 2:30. Mississippi, Washington State. Is that 11:45?
I don't know the times, Tim.
And then we've got Matt Holliday talking it over at 10 o'clock on the program, plus the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Stick around for the Spiezio audio. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. Longtime sponsor of the program, longest running sponsor, as a matter of fact, going back a decade. And Seth Goldcamp is somebody that Martin works with, somebody that Doug works with, and somebody that I work with. All you have to do to get your furnace tuned up, go to DesignAirService.com. They're coming to my house here at the end of October to make sure my furnace is ready for the cold weather months. It's so easy. It took me less than 2 minutes. It's Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Support the sponsors, especially the longest-running sponsor on The Morning After. Going back a decade, it's Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling, DesignAirService.com. You're going to want to hear this audio. It's next year on TMA.
Headed to Scotland next summer, check, check, check. If you've always wanted to see spectacular Scotland, this is your chance with Colette. June 15th is the day of departure for a 9-day trip. We're going to visit historic capital of Edinburgh, the famous castle there, Victorian city of Glasgow. What a great trip it's going to be. The legendary Isle of Skye, amazing Orkney Islands, plus cruise on lovely Loch Ness and see the landscapes of the Highlands. You've seen the beautiful imagery of Scotland over the years, probably watching on TV, maybe a golf tournament here or there. This is your chance to see it in person. Really looking forward to this trip. Colette handles all the details. Flights, meals, hotels, local experiences. All you have to do is sit back and enjoy. It's going to be tons of fun. Don't miss out. Join me by calling our friends at Altair Travel, 314-968-9600, or go to 101ESPN.com to learn more information. It's spectacular Scotland with everything handled by our friends at Colette. Call Altair Travel at 314-968-9600.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues fall in their opener last night, 5-0 at the hands of the Minnesota Wild. They're back in action tomorrow afternoon as they head to Calgary in the Saddle Dome to take on the Flames. That's going to be a 2 p.m. pregame with a puck drop at 3 p.m. right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Wow, this bill. I don't know if we can squeeze Marilyn McCoo in today because we have Joey Vitale coming up at 8:15.
Okay.
The Colonel's going to get you ready for Roll Tide Roll. At 11 o'clock, presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, Matt Holliday on the baseball playoffs. Game 5 tonight, Game 5 tomorrow. Cubs and Brewers. Can the Cubs rip the hearts out of the Milwaukee Brewers, who thought it was a foregone conclusion that they were going to the NLCS to have a David versus Goliath payroll showdown with the Los Angeles Dodgers, and now they have to fight off their rivals from 100 miles to the south with everything on the line. Okay. Hello again, everybody.
Well, hello.
They haven't won a series since 2018, the Brewers.
Yeah.
They've been getting in every year and getting bounced. A lot of it's been in the wild card.
The Winnipeg Jets of Major League Baseball, thoughts, concerns?
Well, they didn't put up much of a fight last night.
Why do you say that?
Because they lost 6-0, only had 3 hits.
Okay.
You watch the game? That's what you said. Yeah, I did watch the game.
It doesn't matter.
You didn't think we competed? Well, no, I really didn't. You watched the game?
Don't straw man me, Skipper.
That was always Charlie and I wanted to walk in and to actually know we're out at Rams. Had to run back to the station because I forgot my credential. Hopped in the car, listened to an inning, checked the box score on my phone. No, I didn't watch the game.
The program is called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. And you are welcome to participate in a multitude of ways. You can text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Call in 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. And then you can watch the show and talk it over with other listeners. 216 are in the TMA STL YouTube chat. Subscribe to the program. Open up the YouTube app. Type in TMA STL. Subscribe to it. And you can enjoy and talk with Matt, Lex Luthor, Kevin at the Lake, Heimblum Spreadsheet, John Scores, and Spicy So, who all are in there talking to Jeremy Hodge. The recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Grove's a longtime listener of the program, sponsor of the program, and has his own podcast. It's called Pond Offs Anonymous. And he did a 2-hour interview with Scott Spiezio. And we were all around the 2006 Cardinals. I guess I would say I didn't know that it was to the level of the way that Spiezio represents. But this is audio that has not been released anywhere. The podcast is not up yet because I wanted to listen to the entire conversation. Spiezio, for those who are not familiar with his situation, was acquired by the Cardinals in spring training and then became a fan favorite. Doug, he dyed his goatee red.
He did, yeah.
And then had some very important hits, both down the stretch in the regular season. Was that a triple off of Francisco Cordova?
In Milwaukee.
I think it was in St. Louis against Milwaukee.
There we go.
Okay.
That too.
And then against the Mets in the NLCS. So Spiezio became a fan favorite as the Cardinals won the World Series. But he was battling both alcohol abuse and drug abuse. And he went on Pond Offs Anonymous podcast and talked about his experiences. Jackson, you have the audio, whatever audio chronologically, I think of the 2006 audio would be the best to start with, telling his perspective.
After being released and thinking my career's over, and then not talking with family and friends and a lot of my good friends because they were really disappointed in me, with the divorce and everything. I was like, why not? And so I did it, and then that was the start. Like I thought, man, this stuff's pretty cool. You can stay up all night and talk, and think
Sobers
you're
you
like,
up, doesn't it?
Yeah, sobers you up. You can drink longer. And so it was
Can you
great.
pause real quick? He's talking about trying cocaine.
For the first time.
For the first time. Okay, carry on.
Drink longer. And so it was great. I could go days and days without sleeping, you know? And so, yeah, it started like that. And I didn't like totally dive into it at that point. I was just exposed to it at that point, and maybe did it a couple more times that off season. And I thought my career was over. And then like mid-February, I got a call. I was upstairs drinking like it was probably afternoon. And
lose track a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. And I was still in bed, and I heard like banging on my window, and I went and looked, and it was a cardinal like smacking into my window. And then minutes later, my agent called, said, "Hey, the Cardinals want to invite you to spring training," you know. And I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" And I told him the story, and I went right away to get my hair cut. And then I asked the girl who was from my high school, I said, "Hey, can you bleach this blonde and then dye it red?" She's like, "Are you serious?" And I'm like, "Yeah." So I did it, and I told my agent, and he's like, "Man, that's a bad idea." He's like, "St. Louis is a super conservative city. They're not going to like it." And I'm like, "No, man, they're going to love it. It's going to be my war paint." And I went to spring training thinking I'd be like number 89 because I was a minor league invitee. And they gave me 26, which was my dad's number. Yeah. And I'm like, we're winning the World Series. I hadn't even made the team yet. I kept telling everybody, we're winning the World Series that year.
So, Spiezio, we were down there together, Martin, right?
I can't remember. Was it 06 when we went out with Edmonds and Spiezio?
Yes, we did.
I couldn't keep up.
So that is, I didn't know if you wanted it, but since you're saying it, I'll volunteer.
To be fair, I'm not talking about cocaine. To be fair.
Yes.
We went out and had a few beers with the fellas, and I was surprised because I probably weighed more than they did. And I couldn't keep up with the beers.
You are saying exactly what I was thinking. That so Spiezio arrives in Jupiter in 2006. The only thing I knew about him was he had a huge home run for the Angels when they won the World Series against the Giants in 2002, and I thought he was out of the game. So there he is telling the story about how he was out of the game. He's just sitting around drinking in the afternoon, and a cardinal bird, I mean, this sounds asinine, but who knows? A cardinal bird starts banging on his window. A few minutes later, he gets a call from his agent saying the Cardinals want him to come in, and so he gets down to Jupiter. We were hanging out with Edmonds that night. This is, I guess, probably February of 2006. And Edmonds had a place kind of by that Embassy Suites that's at I-95 in PGA. For those of you who have been down to, it's probably a couple miles just to the south of where the Cardinal Spring Training Complex is. And he says, hey, to producer Joe, longtime producer Doug, you know him because of the landing strip.
Sure.
Says, can you pick him up and then we'll go out and we'll get dinner, which may or may not have been at Rachel's at I-95 and 45th. And that's an official recommendation from me. They are not a sponsor, although we're working on it. And so we pick up Spiezio, I don't know him, and we're just BS, and we don't know him, go out, then we meet up, and in my mind, now I'm in my 20s at the time, probably your age there, Papers, in my mind, I'm thinking, we're all going to go out. I'm anxious to see how the boys hang with Martin, because I know Martin can have a libation. And boy, I just underestimated the capabilities of the players.
I think I surrendered.
I mean, holy crap.
I mean, these are guys that are really fit, and they're drinking beer like it's water.
It was unreal. Like, Edmonds is so, like, dandy that I figured he might be drinking a boat drink and like, okay, that's one daiquiri. That'll do it. Forget about it. I mean, we're 10 minutes in, and it's just like, I'm not going to hang with this. Then we got Spiezio, who I just met a couple hours ago, and I'm wearing this, like, old Titleist hat. And I would wear these old beat-up hats, and he's staring at me, and I go, what's up, man? And he goes, I don't like that hat. And I go, all right, I don't know. I mean, what am I going to do here? Right. And he takes it off my head, and he just stares at me while he just rips it to shreds.
Oh, no.
We're sitting in a bar.
You have really good forearm strength to be able to rip up a ball cap.
I'm going, this operation's out of control.
That's when I knew they were winning the World Series.
That's exactly right, because of the forearm strength. All right, we got more because it gets into specifics on the 2006 operation.
And so, yeah, by the time 2007 rolled around, we got there like probably
Happy
like
flight day,
8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, you know, and then we all went out, like not all of us, but a lot of us went out to a club, and some of the guys were, you know, messing with cocaine, and they're like, hey, you want one? And I'm like, no, I don't do that. I did it a few times in the off season for the first time. I don't do that during the season. And they're like, come on. And so I think I did like 4 lines.
Oh.
And my wife was there. And but then the next day, I hit 2 home runs. And then they're like, oh, dude, you got to do it again. And I'm like, yeah, I'm like,
right.
No. And they're like, come on, man. And so I did it, and I hit like another double and a home run. And
You're on a heater.
yeah. And then I'm like, I'm not doing it again. They're like, come on. I'm like, no. So I did it, and then I struck out 4 times. The only time in my career I struck out 4 times. So they're like, see? And so the next day I did it, had another great game. And so I just had this ritual, this routine, superstition that I was doing for the rest of the season.
That's it.
And I said, I'm not going to.
For us that don't make major league money, that's an expensive routine if we got into that ritual.
How about during the Angels run in 2002? They won the World Series. He had 19 RBIs during their October run.
Went on a heater there, too.
Yeah, that was
but
a different heater.
The heater that he was speaking of there was with the 2006 Cardinals, a team that I sit there and I go through the roster, and I'm like, I honestly, you know, I'm not going to sit here guessing names. That would be incredibly irresponsible. But it's just not a team. I knew there were some guys who liked to enjoy themselves, but it wasn't like at the same time, and I know none of us were covering the 82 Cardinals, which became famous, and the reason for the Keith Hernandez trade. And Doug, I know you always thought Neil Allen worked out.
That was a good deal for the Redbirds. Yeah. And Craig, and don't sleep on Rick Ownby.
Rick Ownby.
Mm-hmm. But that's the reason why Keith Hernandez left. And then I look at the 2006 Cardinals, and it doesn't strike me as you go, oh yeah. You know, Spiezio, but Spiezio's sitting there saying he's got teammates encouraging him because he's going out there and he's getting hits. And then he goes on later on to say that, you know, he's making incredible plays at third base. And so because of it, it became like a Sidney Crosby superstition thing that he's got to do it. And then the one day he doesn't do it, he strikes out 4 times. So he kept doing it. And then take a listen to this. Here's 2007.
And so, yeah, by the time 2007 rolled around, I had hidden alcohol in my bags, in the dugout, in the clubhouse.
Really? Holy
I had got to where I had a Adderall, you know, or Ritalin.
Legal cocaine or meth, really, is what it is.
Or Vyvanse, because I could pull that apart and it was white powder, so I could snort that. I could get as much as I needed. I would also get cocaine and sometimes have it in my nut cup. And so, you know, I remember one game in 2007, I couldn't find alcohol, so I had a clubhouse kid, you know, they're in their 20s, but I said, get a cooler, fill it with ice, and put a 24-pack of a beer in it and put it in the shower. And between innings, I would guzzle like, you know, 2 or 3 of those every inning. And I drank the whole thing in the game, and I think I had like 10 putouts at third base and a home run. It was like, you know, it was crazy. I remember like Isringhausen and like Carpenter being like, dude, how are you even alive? Like, you're a legend. How are you doing? You know, and I'm thinking they don't really know what's going on. I mean, they had an idea, but
you did have the cheapest beer in Busch Stadium, though.
That's true. Right? Well, hopefully you didn't buy it from the ushers.
So during the game, in order to function, he would have one of the bat boys get a cooler full of beer, keep it in the shower, and then in between innings, he would go in there and, as he said, guzzle a few of those. And by the end of the game, he would go through all 24. And he would keep the White Horse, Doug, as you may have heard, in his nut cup.
No.
So that adds a little.
You got to leave the dugout,
something to the kick.
Walk back into the clubhouse area, which is not right next to it. It takes a little bit to walk there, and then go in the shower and start pounding beers.
Yeah. and then maybe do a little bump.
Listen to the game on the radio, and when you got to get back out on the field, I guess you run back out with beer dripping off your chin or what?
So that
Bizarre.
is what Scott Spiezio was dealing with and doing while he was a member of the St. Louis Cardinals.
And still functioning.
Performing.
Yeah.
2 triples in that NLCS against the Mets. His dad had won a World Series, and I think he had become estranged from his dad, but then maybe
that's
they
correct.
reconnected when he came to the Cardinals.
And when you heard that at the very beginning of the 3 sound bites we played, again, that's Pondoff's Anonymous podcast, and that interview will be released here shortly, the entirety of it. Ed Spiezio, Martin, was a world champion with the Cardinals. And I recall being in LaRusse's office. It's still an afternoon I can't believe happened. Somehow it was me and LaRusse with one of those pregame scrums that we were talking about, and Stan Musial and Bob Gibson. And I'm like, I got to get out of here. I need to get in. Walt Jocketty, who was not a big fan of mine, which Mazalek made reference to when he was in here a couple weeks ago. Walks in and goes, "What are you doing in here?" I go, "Fair question, Walt. I got to be honest with you. In this case, we're in lockstep." But that was the night, I believe, that the Cardinals got their World Series rings, and Ed Spiezio had come back to give Scott his ring. But they were estranged, as you heard Scott Spiezio say, because they were pissed off about him leaving his wife for Jen, who he's no longer with. But I think she was in Penthouse or something like that. And then Scott got a tattoo of her on his arm. You may remember. I believe that's been replaced. They're no longer together. Spiezio is completely sober. He is certainly cleaned up his act, and now he has a baseball hitting clinic in I believe the Chicagoland area.
Well, it's good that he beat it. I think some people just have a constitution where they can handle alcohol and drugs better than others. Because some people that would kill them, and other people just keep plowing along and can perform at a major league level.
Well, and the craziest story, I've not heard the podcast, but remember in California, the crazy story where they were on the run from the police, and they ran through like people's apartments, like fleeing from the police. I can't even remember all the details, but when you read the report at the time, it sounded like a movie scene. But I believe that's also discussed.
And guys who are just living the dream, made it to the major leagues, got the world by the tail, and still get beaten by the alcohol.
It's hard to believe you go into a clubhouse and there's one guy who's sitting there reading his Bible, getting ready for the game. The other guy with his headphones just listening to whatever his favorite music is. And the guy in the middle may have just done a line of Coke. And God, go out there, boys, and just somehow win a ball game.
Yeah.
Guys, I actually have a picture on my wall of Spiezio getting his ring from his dad that day. That's from Bob Wagon. Yep,
right,
Ed
Bob.
Spiezio. World champion with the Cardinals in the 60s.
Maybe that's not so different, that scenario you painted there, Martin, than a lot of workforces.
Yeah.
Where you got some people who toe the line, and there's always one or two that are struggling with addiction. It's probably not that uncommon.
Mm-hmm.
For someone who's a teetotaler now and never did drink a lot, I just can't imagine plowing a bunch of beer and taking drugs.
And functioning.
Yeah, just being able to walk and drive and get to where you need to be on time, much less playing in the major leagues. You got to be kidding me.
Well, that next day, I'm sure at spring training, those guys are out running sprints and getting in the cage and slapping it over the wall.
I mean, I'm telling you, and I'm certainly not going to name names, Doug, that would violate the code. But when I was in my early and mid-20s and I was down there, and those guys are my age or, some a little older, and we would be out in Jupiter until I can recall specifically one night, like 3 or 4 in the morning, and I'm just a wreck getting to the ballpark.
You didn't have your whoop on at that point?
I did not have the whoop on. Do have it on, though, right now, Martin. Not a great night of REM sleep last night, Doug. Only 88 minutes. But
no.
I know you like to track that for me.
I never do.
And I get to the ballpark, and then I see the same guys that I was out with, and I'm like, there's fire, and,
They beat you to the park by an hour. In the cage, just hitting ropes.
And part of me made me wonder if they were better physical specimens than me.
That may have been part of it.
It's just hard to say.
It's hard to say.
Joey Vitale is going to join us.
Unrelated to the topic.
That's exactly right.
Guys who are just naturally wired.
The graphic over my shoulder changed. Joey Vitale is going to join us coming up next on the Stiefel Dossier. Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock, brought to you by James Carlton. Matt Holliday coming up at 10 o'clock. Got the drops of the week, got the design, air, heating, and cooling email today. The program is called TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Aesthetic Design and Build, longtime TMA sponsor. Great to have Dan and his team on board with the program. And great opportunity to work with a company that's been doing it successfully in the St. Louis metropolitan area now for over 30 years. They have been building high-quality custom decks. And in addition to that, they are capable of doing much more. You want to add on a pergola, if you're looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens, they really do have answers for it all. They're online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. That's aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Plus, they have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. I've been out there, and I'm not talking about just like a little space. They have a whole room that can show you exactly what they can do for your home. If you are ready to take your outdoor space to the next level, Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. You can give them a call at 636-532-5008. That's 636-532-5008, or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way.
Hey, folks, I got something for you. Are your kids like my kids? They knock basketballs and hockey pucks against the garage door. They think that thing's made of steel, don't they? Well, it's not. It's made of aluminum or something, some material that breaks and bends, and it can certainly cause you a fit if it stops working. I'm talking about your garage door, and good news for you, if your kids are up to kids' stuff and they're banging it around and it doesn't work one day, here's the number for you, 636-782-3608. Give Jason a call. That's his company, Schaefer Door Company. Go visit their website at schaeferdoorcompany.com. But if you want quick service, shoot them a text, give them a call. Once again, 636-782-3608. They will get your nicks and your knacks and your bends and your breaks and your cable cords, whatever the heck those things are. They'll get you all fixed up, and they'll get you and your car out the door the way it needs to be. So give them a shout, 636-782-3608 for all your garage door needs. Schaefer Door, Clopay Master, authorized dealer.
All right, Doug, let's get in the right mindset.
Okay.
It's a Friday tradition on this program. 8:15, the great Joey Vitale joins us on the Morning After every Friday, presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. Morning, Joey.
Tim, you're back. Boy, it's been a tough couple weeks without you.
God, give it a rest, pal.
CB on CB Crime.
Back. He is back. He is back. Tim is back.
I've been going to pick up my son quite a bit here the last couple of weeks, and I haven't seen you. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I've been a little busy. Season start. I got to do that work thing now. You know, that's what's tough about when you play a sport for a living. I'll never forget. I retired in 2015. And I started pouring got back in the concrete business because, you know, I'm Italian and there's really nothing else to do besides pour concrete. So I hopped back into the concrete business. And I remember it was my first year and got through the winter. You know, I was a finisher and a foreman. And it got to be about May and June. I'm looking around thinking, what's everyone doing? We're still working? You know, they're like, yeah, this is a year-round gig, brother. I'm like, well, I don't like that too much. I like this 6 months I work and 6 months I take off. So I say that because it's been a good summer, but now it's grind time, boys. It's work time. So less time with the kiddos. You kiss your kids goodbye. You kiss your wife goodbye. You pray to the good Lord you're not divorced by April, and she hangs with you to the very end. And we'll take next summer one step at a time.
All right. This guy's got himself a game plan, and now he's locked in.
Let's go get him.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you this. We'll certainly talk about the game. Obviously, an incredibly disappointing result. But how do you feel? You know the deal. You walk out, we get done with this nonsense we do every 4 hours. You know when it's good, you know when it's bad. There's probably some things that the audience didn't notice, that you knew, that Kerber knew, that the director, the producer knew went awry. And then there's some things that you're like, okay, this went well. So give me your review of the first night of the television and radio simulcast.
You know what? I wasn't on the receiving end. Like a lot of folks were, especially on the radio side. You know, I've got some feedback from the TV viewers and some people I really trust and respect, and there were a lot of really good things, and there's things to clean up on. You know, it's your first go around on it. I think that a lot's different. You know, I'm looking at Chris Kerber, who to me is such a great broadcaster, but I've only heard his radio call. And the thing about Curbs that he's going to have to make an adjustment is it's going to be less of him because there's so many visuals happening and there's so many replays. And, it's kind of an analyst-driven thing at this point because of all the replays you got to kind of work through with the viewer. So it's less stories, it's less insight from Curbs, and it's more of a TV call now, which I think we're accustomed to. Of course, John Kelly and some of the greats around the league. It's more black and white for him. So that's certainly going to be an adjustment. We had a little bit of fun in the third period. The game got out of hand. It was 5-0. So I'm glad that we could bring Curbs in more on the fold on that because he's certainly got a good personality and we have such good chemistry together. So that was an adjustment. The adjustment for me, Tim, and I like to think that we got through it. There's just a lot of moving parts. When I'm next to Curbs, I'm watching the game, I got to break down what I'm seeing. I got to be ready for anything. Meanwhile, I got a producer in my right ear, Timmy Paps, who does an awesome job. We got Phil Malika, my director, different people. We also had a 360 technology last night, which I'm sure you probably have seen if you watch some of the replays, which is this incredible lens where it can zoom in with such high quality. We use that a lot. That was the first time we used that. So I got guys I'm talking to over there. So watching the game, listening to Curbs, talking to producers. I got a telestrator on my right. I got my ISO camera in front. It's just a lot. But I also feel like, I was kind of made for that with 5 little kids at home who's always tugging on me. Someone's always got an issue. Someone's always got a problem. You're trying to manage 14 things at once, which is basically like doing a TV game. So I like to think that I slid in and felt comfortable with it right away. But it was a lot of fun. It was good energy for a game that obviously didn't go in favor of the St. Louis Blues way. We told some good stories, and it was a great step in the right direction.
Is the hardest thing for you going from radio to have that constant voice in your ear? You're still talking, and then they're giving you advice. Here's the replay. Watch what happened on the boards, or you'll see Parayko slip, whatever. Just that I don't think people can relate to what that's like.
Well, yeah, Marty, exactly. But you know it because when you're doing your things as well, you got your IFB and you're hearing directors and producers as you're trying to do interviews. And, I tell you what, you're having a thought, you're trying to get it out, you're trying to explain it, you got to keep it tight, right? Because you don't have a lot of time. Meanwhile, your producers in your ear, hey, 5 seconds, get out, Joe, close the thought, we got to move, right? So you got to all of a sudden just hear that while you're talking and stop your thought, but still make it interesting, and you can't just stop talking because the viewer doesn't know what's going on. He can't really explain it. There was one moment in the game, and this is just growing pains, where I see something in the game and I hit my talkback button, which of course just connects me to my producer. And I'm talking to Timmy Paps about, hey, I want to see that replay. I want to see that turnover because that led to the chance. And then meanwhile, Curbs is to my left and he throws me something mid-game. He's like, and all I heard was, you know what I mean, Joe? And I had no idea what he said because I'm talking to my producer. So it's just, that's what I mean when I say working out the kinks. I think I said on the air, yeah, it was a heck of a save, but it had nothing to do with the goalie. It was something to do with completely else. So that's where, the communication comes through. But you're right, Marty. It's talking to producers, listening. I'm talking back to the 360 guys trying to get technology. I'm asking Phil if I can get a camera shot split screen of Kirill Kaprizov. I got a good story. Meanwhile, Curbs is to my left talking through the game. I also have to watch to see what's going on because I want to see certain replays. There's a lot of moving parts. I'm trying not to spill my coffee all over this technology. I got my notes. It all looks like scribble because I have terrible handwriting. But it also at the same time is really rewarding. It's a lot of fun when you get a replay or you get something in and you use a telestrator and you make a point and you help viewers. That's the goal, right? We want to keep it entertaining and we want to bring this game to life and bring the excitement through, of course, the tube, which I think, like I said last night, we did some really, really great things, but I'm looking forward to continuing to grow with this great team.
Now, on this show, I feel like it happens, Doug, do you think 30 times an hour, somebody will say something and the other person wasn't listening or distracted, right. And you kind of play along yeah, that was quite the moment there. Or you could do what Jackson does. He just, what's up? So next time Kerber hits you and you were talking, just say, what's up? What's up?
That was going, it'd be more of an honest answer. No, you're right. It's, what do you say? What do you say when someone says something you didn't really hear it? You go, ha! I feel like the old, like the laugh and the giggle is I feel like 85% of the time you're safe with that. Yeah. You are. I think you're just the old, I know it. Yeah, and they kind of look at you, but then within a couple seconds of their body language, you're like, okay, it didn't work. It didn't work here. He's kind of giving me a glare. Or, you see their body language like, aha, that worked. So I missed it. But, of course, again, 85% of the time, pretty good percentages. So if you don't know, just give me the old Yeah. And then you're good.
Well, the broadcast seemed to go really well. The only criticism I heard was that the ice was really bright in the first period. You didn't go in the production truck and mess with any of the levers or pulleys or anything, did you?
I didn't do that, Doug, but, it might have had something to do with the Jonas Brothers. The Jonas Brothers, you ever watch the Jonas Brothers or listen to them, Doug?
Well, I know who they are. I don't watch them regularly.
And, Doug, you were excited that Natasha Bedingfield came out as their special guest at their concert?
Yeah, that thrilled me.
Natasha Bedingfield. I don't know her, Doug.
Unwritten.
I don't know her.
Yeah, unwritten. Jackson will play it as return music.
I
Maybe
sure will.
you pull it up during this.
I'll play it underneath.
All right, yeah, that'll be fun.
So you did not make the ice too bright?
It was Natasha Bedingfield and the Jonas Brothers.
Okay. It only lasted about 10 minutes.
Yeah, no, I did not make it bright, but unfortunately for the Blues, you know what? I tell you what, Braden Shen, he's got the tinted visor. A lot of times you see in the league now they got these tinted visors. It's really supposed to help take away the glare. But I didn't really notice the ice being too bright. I mean, it certainly probably have helped me as I can see things better. But I think it was probably something to do with maybe the Jonas Brothers concert where they had the lights all kind of jacked up, if you will.
Could well have been.
Well, the lighting was off. Yeah, and it wasn't necessarily
lighting.
your view of the ice, but for people watching on TV, it was very bright.
I see.
Yeah, we're not saying how did you see the ice. This was more for the viewers.
I was like, okay, yeah. I mean, I thought it was white. There was some lines, blue, reds, and circles, and I thought it looked pretty good on my end, Doug.
Well, I'm sure it did.
This is the telecast. Clearly, it was good in your monitor. Joey Vitale with us, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. I think if there was a common theme, I am a Curbside podcast listener, so I listened to you and Kerber break it down on the podcast this morning, and then listened to Jim Montgomery, Braden Shen, Justin Falk talk about it. If there was one common theme, it was got plenty of scoring opportunities, certainly outshot the Wild, in particular in the second period, but the shots were right into the center of Gustafson, and then the Blues just weren't there for any second chance scoring opportunities, and that has to change, and Shen sounded confident that it would change starting tomorrow afternoon in Calgary. What was your takeaway on that particular element of the game, Joey?
For sure. I mean, you look back on that second period last night. I mean, first of all, big picture, there was some really great things about that game. And I'm not just saying that. I mean, it's a 5-0 game. You're like, what is so great? That was a really goofy hockey game. You know, there were spurts where the Blues were just dominating, and they were getting plenty of shots. And then it would all of a sudden something would go wrong, and then the Wild would come down, and they haven't had a shot on goal in 6, 7, 8 minutes, and it would just be a weird bounce in the back of the net. It was just 3 or 4 really wacky bounces that went in favor of the Minnesota Wild. You go back to that Hartman goal. He gloves it. It's a skilled play, but then it's a great poke by Mayo. It goes off his right skate, left skate, and underneath. I mean, it's just it was a game of weird bounces. But the Blues, like I said, they had some really, really great things in that game. But you go back to the shots. You go back to that second period. I said it in the broadcast there. It was an interesting period because the Blues came out in the second being down 2-0, and they really imposed their will. I mean, the identity was there. It was the forechecking. It was shift after shift, wave after wave. Minnesota was scrambling. The Blues ended up drawing a couple penalties. They created momentum off the power play. They got some really decent shots and opportunities on the power play. But then you look at the shot selection. Yeah, there were a lot. Were there too many right inside the gut? I think so. You know, we broke down Philip Gustafsson before the game where, this is a 6'2" Swede goalie. Sweden is producing goalies at an alarming rate right now. They're doing a heck of a job. And for the Swedes, they teach them you gotta block, right? Everything's about blocking. So your knees are in tight and your arms are in tight. Because the Swedes believe, and Philip Gustafsson is no secret here, he's not going to let pucks go through him, right? A lot of goaltenders, you see that their wingspan comes way out. Even Jordan Binnington, watch his glove. His glove challenges. He's way out. He's like a pterodactyl.
Okay.
Right?
Gosh.
He was right. That's a pterodactyl.
Right.
Animal noise.
So at times when goalies do that, they can kind of get beat under their armpits, maybe between their legs. Well, these Swede goalies, they're in tight. And what they're telling you is, if you're going to beat me, you're going to beat me to the outside, and it better be a doggone good shot. So the Blues, with Gustafsson in the past, they've really beat him around his ears, especially on the glove side, and they just didn't get to it last night. We saw a lot of banner readers. I call banner readers where a player shoots the puck. It's not the shot they wanted, and they look up to the sky, look right up to Bobby Plager's banner up there, if you will. And I saw a bunch of those from Kyrou, a couple from Broberg. Opportunities missed because they put it right in the belly button, right in that crest where, of course, they got to start picking some corners. You know what? It's the first game. Like I said, the opportunities were there. And like I said, bounces did not go their way. The shot selection can be a little bit better. But there was momentum shifts that, again, it just didn't go in favor of St. Louis. The biggest one, of course, was when Jordan Kyrou made a terrific move to get to the inside. He had some really good looks last night. Gets to the inside. He just misses it off the backhand right in front of Gustafson. It just kind of falls off his stick. It's a 2-0 game. If he tucks that away, it's a 1-goal game. You're one shot away from tying it. He misses it. It goes the other way in the exact same shift. And, of course, then Braden Shen takes down that hooking, I think it was a tripping penalty in the D zone. The Wild had nothing up to that point in the second period, and their power play within seconds gets another fortunate bounce off the post, lands right behind Binnington and in. And you look at every game, there's always a turning point where, like, yeesh, that is a 2-goal swing. To me, guys, that was the 2-goal swing. You know, that was the turning point in that game where, like, it just may not be their night. We see it in sports. You see it in life. Heck, I'll never remember. Remember the three-way call? Remember the three-way call, guys? Remember the three-way call?
Doug, you remember your three-way?
I never had a three-way.
No, a call,
three-way
Doug.
Clip that off, Jackson, if you could. That was at 8:34.
No, never even
34 and 28 seconds.
Yeah, it's like when someone would call you, and in the old days, if you click over, and then you would be able to call someone else.
Oh, yeah.
But so when I was in grade school at St. Justin, the Martyr Dome, as you call it, Timmy.
Yeah, that's right.
The
Very
Martyr
tough
Dome.
place to win. Very tough place to win.
Yes, it was. Absolutely was. I moved on, and I spent a couple years at Chaminade, where, you know, started getting into girls. Doug, you know what I mean, Doug? You know that age, 7th, 8th grade.
Well, you didn't have many at Chaminade.
Well, that's a good point there, Doug. So our sister school was Visitation.
Oh, okay.
Visitation. We used to call it the Dog Palace on Bounds. You can't say that anymore. That's not very nice.
No,
but it's a good thing that you did.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I don't know why I just said that. Maybe we'll clip that off. Anyway, so it was Chaminade. It was Visitation. There's beautiful people at Visitation. You know, I was young and stupid. Love me some Viz. They used to have these red shoes in preschool. My sisters went there. They had these red shoes. These things were made out of these things were like cement cylinders. They would kick me in my shins. Oh, they gave me shin splints. Anyway, so I was on a three-way call, and talk about a turning point in my life. My friend Emily, I'm not going to give her last name, but she was my first kiss, by the way.
Was she?
Yeah, Doug knew that.
Emily, yeah, she was awesome. Anyway, so Emily was my good friend. She went to Viz, and I had a big crush on this girl named Courtney. I'm not going to give her your last name.
No, I wouldn't.
Courtney.
Please don't.
She was awesome. So I said, Emily, let's get Courtney on the horn. I want to see. Let's have some fun and see if she likes me. She's like, all right. So Emily clicks me off, clicks Courtney in, and I'm silent. So Courtney doesn't know I'm on the line. You know what I mean? All you adults out there, you remember those days? Like you're kind of quiet. You're trying not to breathe, right? Because you don't want the other person to know.
So it's like a wiretap?
Kind of like a wiretap, Tim. Yeah, kind of like a wiretap.
Yeah.
And so Emily, out of nowhere, while I'm on the horn, and she started talking about school with Courtney, and then she goes, out of nowhere, Courtney loves Joey. Courtney loves Joey. And then I'll never forget it. Courtney goes, oh, my God, ew, no.
Oh, that hurts your feelings.
Ooh.
Joey, have you ever thought about dyeing your soul patch?
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Just a thought.
And I was like, no. And she started going. And then I was kind of done. I was going to hang up. But then she's like, oh, my God, no, gross. His acne is out of control. He's had braces for like 8 years. And why did he shave his head? His head is like misformed. I'm like, okay.
Now who are we talking about here?
Did Courtney ever know that you were on the line hearing all this?
No, she didn't know, so I silently hung up. But anyway, my point is, that was a turning point in my life.
I bet it was.
I realized I got to give my gifts to the sport of hockey. I got to get away from this girl. This girl thing ain't working out for me, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, some rough years there. Well, I'm sorry that
always
happened.
goes back to Courtney on the three-way call over there in Visitation. And that is off, of course, Ballas.
Tim, and that had to do with net front presence?
That's correct. Yeah, Jordan Kyrou made a beautiful move inside, and they weren't able to
Bennington playing like a pterodactyl?
Correct.
I guess he did give up 5 goals in the first 17 shots. I wonder if it was a home opener, if they maybe would have made a switch just to kind of change the mojo there.
No, it wasn't, Doug. Again, because you look at these goals, they're just poofy goals. Like, I mean, it's just that first one goes off of two skates in the back of the net. I mean, there's one where Boldy's all alone in front, and it's just a quick tip. You know, those are goals against any goalie. I mean, you go to the Eriksson Ek one, power play shot from the point. Kaprizov tips it, hits the post. Binnington's making the save. It gets tipped 2 feet in front of him. It misses him, hits the post, and it's just laying right in the crease behind him. So you look at all those reasonings, just really interesting, goofy goals. I don't know, maybe outside the second Hartman one, if Binnington really got beat one-on-one. So you can't put this one on your goaltender. I know it certainly hurt his save percentage. You never want to see your starting goaltender with their save percentage kind of like behind the 8 ball early. You know, for a lot of people last night, is this going to put his, you know, with the numbers not being where they are, you know, potentially if they don't get much better, is it going to really kind of trip him up for Team Canada in the Olympics? Absolutely not. I mean, his numbers weren't great last year heading into the Four Nations. The kid's a winner. I mean, you get him to a big game, he's going to win you the game. You get him into the playoffs. We saw how he performed last year. So really, it's not a numbers game for Jordan Binnington. This isn't going to affect his career at all. It's just kind of unfortunate that he took such a hit on some goofy bounces last night.
Now, we're very much into logistics. When do you leave for Calgary?
Yeah, we leave today going to Canada, which I hate Canada, by the way.
Don't even
get me.
Porsche Viz.
That'll play well on the plane. Yeah.
Don't even get me started.
Luckily, Tim, there aren't many hockey players from Canada on the team.
We got to go to that stupid place. How many teams that got up there, Marty? You probably know. How many teams
top of my head, I'm just going to spit 5, but that's probably one short.
I'm going to take the over on that.
You got Vancouver,
Calgary,
Winnipeg,
Calgary,
Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal. That's 7.
That's like 7.
I think 7.
That's too many. That's too many trips to Canada. And luckily, we're in October where we're going to have some semi-decent weather. I tell you what, go to Winnipeg in the middle of January. It'll change your life for the worse.
Get Keith Kachuk on to get his thoughts on his time.
Jesus.
That's why you don't like Canada? It's just too cold, or is there another reason?
It's cold, and everyone thinks it's Tim Hortons. Dude, Tim Hortons is the best coffee in the world, eh? No, it's not. No, it's not. I mean, yes, it costs a loony. It costs a loony. You're a loony. You're a loony for thinking Tim Hortons is the best coffee in the world, eh? No, it's not.
Have you ever been on Pondov's podcast? I just wanted to throw that out there real quick.
No, I don't go on podcasts. Podcasts are too long for me, Marty.
You're on my podcast. I'm sure you've been on Martin's podcast.
Yeah, you've been on.
Yeah, it was way too long. That was like a one and done for me, Tim. No offense, but it was way too long. I told my wife,
no offense.
Where you going?
Viz, my Canada, Tim's podcast.
Yeah, everybody's taking hits. But the Blues played a great game last night. What am I listening to?
This is what happened. This is propaganda coming out of 14th and Clark.
God almighty.
I didn't sleep last night much. I got home around midnight from the game and got up with my rooster going crazy again this morning. But no, I told my wife I'm going on your podcast, and she's like, all right, well, I'll see you I'll be back in about 30 minutes. We'll get a coffee. And it's like 3.5 hours later, I'm like, what is happening here? It's way too long.
Doug.
Martin got a parking ticket at the game last night. With all your connections, can you fix that?
Jeez. Yeah.
See, I got a lot on my plate. I got to fix that. I got to fix the lights, apparently. Yeah. The lights aren't right. I mean, I got a lot on my plate as it is, Doug. I can't be fidgeting around with making these podcasts better.
Well, these Blues guys just roll right into the stadium, Tim.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. I guess I could try Z, but I kind of nuked the whole Kelly thinks that's out. So I don't know what I'm going to do for parking. Oh, boy. Times are tough.
They are. Well, enjoy Canada. We know it's one of your favorite stops. Fortunately, you get a few nights in Alberta and British Columbia, and then you get to come back here and then take care of Martin's parking ticket. And then maybe come by my podcast. We'll do 4 hours.
Oh. Yeah, it'd be fun. I can't wait. Yeah, though, luckily on this run we go to Vancouver, they do have some great sushi up there. They had like the salmon toro or
Doug, you ever had that salmon toro?
No, I haven't.
Oh, Doug, they put like a piece of jalapeno on it, and they bust out the torch, and they singe the top of it. It's kind of a game changer. That's why I like going to Vancouver, but everything else is no good.
There you go. Okay. That's a Canada Live read.
Boy, what row are you in? Because the players are asking. They'd like to have a little warning on what row you're sitting in today.
Yeah. I'm in the back. They keep me by the porta potty there in the back.
Porta potty guy. Joey Vitale, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. No one is safe in this segment. Joey, always enjoy the conversation. Safe travels to your friends in Canada.
Thanks, boys. Tim, it's great hearing your voice again.
Oh, for God. That's the right thing to say. He nuked the podcast, but he said the right thing at the end.
Even Courtney took a bit of a hit.
Yeah, Courtney on that three-way call at the visitation
Viz girls, Tim Hortons, the entire country of Canada.
That's correct.
And although the 80% of the league is from Canada,
correct.
Probably. The lovely Kim, my wife, said Joey's off the chain today. And I'm like,
big day.
I don't know. I'd say it's all relative with Joey. He's always off the chain.
He's in rare form. Just good stuff right there.
I don't think he understood the soul patch reference, but I think
doesn't matter. He already told us that when you don't listen, you just giggle.
That's exactly right. Yep.
And Jackson, if you were on the Blues broadcast and Kerber said something, you'd say, "What's up?"
Yeah, the quicker the better. Like no space between what and sup.
Sup.
Yep.
We're going to go into pre-Gabe on the Stiefel dossier, which was Martin's favorite segment on the Stiefel dossier, which will include our drops of the week. Then the Colonel, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Jackson, the Colonel, and myself, and then all of the TMA listeners who will be in Columbia tonight are going to get together. We're going to drink some scotch. We're going to solve the world's problems, and maybe we'll BYOB it over to Club Vogue. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I've got the kids in the pool. It's going to be a whole pony show. It's all happening, and then we're going to drop by 500 South College, and we're going to haze Simone's. That's on my Stiefel dossier.
Can you do that still?
I don't know.
There's no statute of limitations on hazing?
I think if you didn't graduate, you can still haze.
Yeah.
And
if you're on
I
FM,
love that.
If you're on FM.
Yeah.
Papers, are you going?
HD2 would have been a problem.
Are you going tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Are you guys going to get together? I like logistics.
Maybe, yeah.
That's
I'm open.
That's a no.
I'm open
Good
to
read,
it.
Martin. That's
I'm
what
open.
I'm
I'm open to it.
You can take down the pot on the turn.
Drunk Papers, request Saturday post-game, win or lose. I need a video posting from you.
Okay. Just on like Instagram or something?
I'm not on the gram. I'm not. You guys send these TikTok videos. I can't
you're
play
not on
them.
the TikTok. I love TikTok.
Want me to send you a telegram?
Just personal video. Post it on the X.
Okay. All right.
Telegram would be nice too.
Video telegram.
Maybe a video of you with your back turned when Bobby Boots goes to try fuel.
Yeah. If there's a game winner.
I don't think you'll be the only one. Drinkwitz might turn around too.
Yeah. No one's there to watch.
God almighty. Hey, Five Iron Golf, new sponsor here on TMA and a new place to go in Clayton. Cannot recommend it enough. I love it so much that even with the beautiful weather we've had, I might just go to Five Iron. Five Iron Golf, the ultimate indoor golf experience. Whether you're a serious golfer or just looking for a great night out, you will love playing iconic courses on TrackMan simulators. They have 13 sim bays at Five Iron Golf. It is incredible. They have chef-inspired dining, and then you can relax in a vibrant bar setting as well. So it's a social event, or if you're a golf nerd like me, you can work on your game. And they have memberships. And for TMA listeners, we've got a great announcement here. Five Irons membership's incredible. I am now a member, super fired up about going to Five Iron probably like 5 times a week during the cold weather months. Free golf every day, discounts on food, drinks, lessons, leagues, even club fitting. And it's only $169 a month. And if you join in October, TMA listeners, you get 10% off. Check it out. Five Iron Golf in Clayton. It's not just golf simulators. It's an entire golf experience. Get the information on memberships, lessons, and leagues at fiveirongolf.com. Fiveirongolf.com. Trust me, you are going to love it. I love it. And become a member in October and receive 10% off. This is just for TMA listeners only. Just make sure you mention TMA when you sign up. 10% off. I'm telling you, when you walk in there, you will not believe it. The place is incredible. And even if you don't like golf, it's a place to hang out. And if you do, I think it's heaven on earth. It's fiveirongolf.com. Let them know you're a TMA listener. You get 10% off. We go pre-Gabe next with the drops of the week. Then the Colonel joins us at 9 o'clock for his report on Missouri, Alabama, presented to you by James Carlton. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
All right, you just heard, Joey, you're exhausted. You're exhausted, and now you got to load up for the weekend. So let's keep that simple. Head to Schnucks to get all your groceries for the weekend. Stop by the butcher. I always recommend this, but it is a great idea. If you've got the grill and you want some new ideas, those guys are great. They give you all kinds of tips, helpful staff. That's something that you can always count on when you go to Schnucks. There's a sommelier in the wine section that can help you also with some of those pairings. And you just listen to Joey. You're exhausted. You're going to need to go by and see the sommelier. And when you're at Schnucks, you can also save money. That's why they lowered prices on over 2,300 items. Get the Schnucks Rewards app. We keep talking about it. When you do, you save money. You check out. They'll let you know how many points and how many dollars you got sitting there. You want to put it towards that purchase? Hey, $10, $20. You want to use it today? It's a great added value there from your friends at Schnucks. Everyday savings you can count on. Stop by and load up for the weekend at Schnucks.
Doug, you wanted to hear Natasha Bedingfield because she was the surprise guest at the Jonas Brothers show the other night. Did you go to the Jonas Brothers show?
I didn't go, no.
So it's Joe, Nick, and Bill Jonas, right?
I think Kevin.
It goes by Bill.
Stan.
Are there 4 of them?
My girl,
No,
Bill.
it's 3.
My girl, Bill.
One of them was married to Sophie Turner.
And she was on King of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, she played Sansa, Lady Sansa.
Do you think Hanson sits around and says, how come we aren't Jonas Brothers?
No.
Probably.
Mbop was 97? Was Mbop 97?
I don't know the years, Tim. You think we could start a boy band? Are we too old? Am I too old? Yes. The answer is yes. I could start a Mills Brothers type trio, maybe.
With sweaters on?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm going to be firing shots at Fieldhouse tonight. That's all I know.
Are you really?
Pucks on net, brother.
Okay.
What time will you arrive, Tim?
5:30, 5:45. Got to
start drinking immediately?
I start taking my sleep medication around 8:30, and then I get into a trance. I'll probably do that, though, back at the hotel with Gabe.
Does
Jackson.
Coach Carlton host the pregame? Like, does he have a little tailgate set?
He
where-
does. Well,
Okay.
so we went by it for the South Carolina game, and James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, who will be presenting you Gabe DeArmond here shortly, because we're pre-Gabe right now. He's got a cooler out. He goes, my kids don't want anything. I don't want anything. I'm going into the game. He was all nervous. He goes, you guys can have whatever. And the next thing you know, that cooler is empty at James Carlton. I mean, not only does he sponsor the show, but then he has a cooler waiting for you in Lot L. That Lot L's a pony.
Gosh.
Jackson, you going Lot L tomorrow?
I'll be all over the place. I'll jump around.
Sorry.
Well, I
thought you were playing catch with the
I got
kids.
a lot of people to visit. I got a lot of people
I thought you
to
were playing
visit.
catch with my kids.
I'll come by and play catch with the youngster.
It doesn't sound
I got a lot of people. I got a lot
Lot
of
L's not good enough for you.
I got a lot of
First
people
you're not
coming to
going, and
Columbia.
now you're too busy to even hang out with the kids.
Hey, listen, I said I'd do it. I'll
What's
be
your
there.
dance card include?
Yeah, what do you got going on there?
There's a bunch of people who are coming in
So
town.
cryptic.
Well,
Raise, Doug.
it's
Find
my
out what this
life.
guy has.
It's
I
my
think he has
life.
pocket
This your
eights.
life is the show.
No,
I
in
just
fact, it
I give
isn't.
an itinerary. I'm at Fieldhouse at 5:30 tonight.
Right, cutting up the sleeping pills, and then someone's going to carry you home.
I need the Jackson weekend dossier.
I don't even. What time do you think? What time are you going to start getting after it a little bit?
Like booze?
Well, in the morning before the ball game.
Brother, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
I actually remember this. The guy who offered me $1,000 to actually post for a month straight on.
That's right. Yeah.
The same person's back, and he wants me to document the trip, but then I have to show the children, which I've tried to avoid.
That's a hard pass.
But to document the trip with the young tykes, because I gather the expectation is all hell's going to break loose, and we're making a mistake by doing this. Taking the 8-year-old and the 3-year-old.
You're not making a mistake.
Yeah, Doug says it. Doug is the Yoda of parenting.
Being with
Therefore,
your family, that's never a mistake.
But during a Missouri game, it's about as intense as I get. During a Missouri game, and if the 3-year-old's causing problems, like I said, my wife and I had counsel put this together, a lot of fine print in there. It's her responsibility to take the 3-year-old out of the facilities and walk through the concourse. And I've already allocated $14.92 in honor of Columbus.
I was going to say.
For her to spend from what council calls family assets, joint assets in the document, for the concessions. After that, she's on her own, what we call separate assets.
It used to be once you left for O'Field, you couldn't come back in. Is that still the
Jackson,
rule?
what's the deal with that?
Yeah, no reentry.
So they'll just be walking around the concourse while me and the 8-year-old are screaming at Kalen DeBoer?
Yeah, that's probably about right. Some stairs, up and down the stairs a little bit.
Okay, so even if he settles down, he's not getting back in the stadium.
No,
well, just go around the concourse.
Okay,
yeah.
I guess maybe that'll settle down.
Why did they stop? Because everybody left at halftime, just got hammered and came back?
Most stadia.
You like that he said stadia there, Doug?
I hate that. Don't say stadia.
That was an NFL thing during the relocation.
Most stadiums, you can't come back in. That's a real safety risk. Especially if you got, like...
It'd be a pain if you worked there.
Well, if you got metal detected coming in, and then you just get to leave and come back, it would kind of defeat that purpose.
I believe it's an SEC rule. I think that changed when the
I think you're right.
conference switch happened.
Jackson, you going to apologize?
No, I was right.
And I don't have a problem with the policy.
Apologize being right?
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Doug Spicy So is not happy with me. I will not be a parent at my college boy event. That's from Spicy So.
At my college boy event. I will not be a parent.
This is a big boy
college
event.
Boy event.
This Saturday, yeah. It's a boy event.
A college boy event.
Hey, college boy. Oh, that's student aid.
Jackson, it's pre-Gabe, which means it's time for the drops of the week.
Morning after.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop. Indeed it is. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off.
The first rule of journalism is always to make it about you. Is that right?
William's hands were shaking.
Bush songs.
Girls want me to buy shots?
Oh, Coach Drink.
Relax here, buddy. You're in nothing.
Get out of my shot.
You know, I have to be honest, while you were asking that question, I was rubbing my neck here.
Bunt play, back to back, and then you bunt it down the third base line. First base line. Thompson, you're an idiot.
McRibs come from boy pigs?
Riverside. I don't even know where that is.
Craig, would you say you guys should be bullying these hoes?
Well, they're all Wisconsin players.
Okay.
Hey, Tim's not the only guy who wants to look out for himself.
10 toes down.
15-yarder for Bill.
My girl, Bill.
Any more relevant questions here?
No.
That was Drops of the Week.
Drop, down, drop. Get it.
I counted 3 big waltz.
Could have been 4. I hit the cutting room floor.
A lot of editing there. That took a while.
Good job, Papers. Good job,
There
buddy.
you go.
Thank
there
you.
you
Hey,
go.
thanks.
Where are all the Jackson haters now?
Yeah, what a moment that was.
Right where you left them.
46. You are welcome to participate in the program. Email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, which comes your way at 10:45. Gabe DeArmond is coming up next. Missouri and Alabama. Doug, we are 26 hours away from what is now being called a college boy event.
College boy event. There will be girls there. They're allowed in, right? And we gave them the right to vote and everything. I assume they can go to football games now.
As far as I know, my wife's going to be there. If she is not, though, then that's going to probably make me call an audible, and I'll be in the basement tomorrow if they are not allowing ladies into Fairfield Field.
If this game were in New York Stadium, if this were game were in New York City, if this were the Pinstripe Bowl, that would be a factor.
Yeah. Colonel's coming up next. Matt Holliday, 10 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We have an opportunity for TMA listeners to make some money, and it would be with Dr. John Canale of Psychiatric Care and Research Center. Dr. John Canale has been in practice for over 40 years and has more than 20 years of experience conducting clinical research trials. He was among the first psychiatrists to establish a practice west of the Missouri River in St. Charles, bringing decades of expertise and leadership to the field of psychiatry. He is conducting studies that include the following: anxiety disorder, depression, bipolar depression, and obsessive-compulsive disorder. So, if you are interested in participating in these studies, you will receive compensation for both your time and your travel. And your travel is only to O'Fallon, Missouri. So if you're interested, call 636-244-3593. That's 636-244-3593. Or you can check out the website pcrc-stl.com. That's pcrc-stl.com.
Hey, this is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. MLB playoff action on 101 ESPN this evening. Mariners and Tigers. Pregame at 6:30 p.m. First pitch at 7:08 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
This is Gabe's walk-up song.
You know, they've seen a lot down there in Tuscaloosa. They've won, depends on who you talk to, how many national championships. They went between the hedges a couple of weeks ago, and they avenged Diego Pavia and the Commodores last week in T-Town, but they have never gone into a building with Tina E at 11 o'clock on a Saturday morning with a group of gentlemen wearing gold pants. And Doug, that's what Kalen DeBoer and his black hoodie of death will have to deal with tomorrow morning in Columbia, Missouri, brother.
You don't think they want this? You don't want this.
Can they ratchet it up 3 straight weeks?
Well, no, I don't think they can.
So you're taking the Fighting Tigers?
No, I don't think I will.
Oh,
I just
no.
got excited there for a minute. You had me revved up, ready to go.
Colonel took the Tigers. He joins us right now. Brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Ladies and gentlemen from PowerMizzou.com, the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond. Morning, Colonel.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Well, we are fired up here. Jackson and I are headed down to Columbia tonight, and it's just a matter of how late the 3 of us are going to stay out tonight, brother.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. I'm a big late night guy, especially with an 11 a.m. kick.
Nice.
So you'll go out with Tim and Jackson tonight, paint the town a little bit?
Paint the town.
Sure. I mean, I say a lot of things on this radio show that aren't true, so...
Flip it off. Gabe DeArmond with us. You've been all over the place. You've been appearing on shows left and right this week.
Yeah, when you cover a good team in a big game, all of a sudden, people want to talk to you. So yeah, it's been a busy morning already.
Wow.
Well, who else have you talked to but us?
Riz, Courtney.
There's another radio show. I just did a CBS HQ television deal. So I'm a popular guy, Doug. Don't
I guess so. TV now, network TV.
Well.
Goodness.
Yeah, exactly right. Colonel, I was watching a variety of different podcasts and enjoying all of the coverage. I mean, it is a great weekend of college football. Missouri and Alabama. Some are calling the game, but you have a choice of a variety of games here for our friends from Illinois. They've got the Ohio State showdown in Champaign, and the 2:30 game Central Time with Indiana and Oregon. The Red River rivalry. Got all kinds of SEC games that could get interesting. We'll see. Got Arkansas and Tennessee. Who knows? Bobby Petrino and the neck brace. You got Georgia heading down to the Plains. And, of course, A&M and Florida, LSU, South Carolina. This one, though, is the one that I feel like a lot of people are talking about. And then, interestingly enough, and this is a whole new thing, I'm getting the vibe that most of the people who do these national shows, and not everyone, but most, are taking Missouri to win. When you have these conversations on the national shows, what are you hearing when they observe this game from the non-Alabama or non-Missouri perspective?
I have seen kind of few and far between Missouri picks, to be honest with you.
Really? Wow, we're watching different things.
I know Joe Klatt picked them. I've seen a couple guys, but most of the people I've picked have said, look, I think Missouri's good. They haven't really proven it. But, like Alabama's the safe pick here, right? Nobody is going to, which is why I'm surprised the line is where it is, still holding at 3, 2.5 to 3.5. I mean, because I think most people who don't follow this 100% closely every single day just see Alabama by a field goal over Missouri. That's ridiculous. and will automatically pick Alabama. Most of the picks I've seen have been Alabama. Now, I don't think it's been a dismissive thing or disrespectful thing. I think just most people say, yeah, I see. It's the same reason I picked, Georgia to beat a lot of the teams they beat. Like, I've seen Alabama win this game a lot. I haven't seen Missouri win this game very much.
Mm-hmm. You think this will come down to Mizzou's ability to run the football, control the clock a little bit?
I think the more I've thought about it, I think what it comes down to, if you've got to pick one thing, is the ability to get pressure on Ty Simpson. Because if this becomes Alabama's receivers against Missouri's defensive backs, I don't think Missouri has a chance. I think that matchup is slanted heavily in Alabama's favor. So I think you've got to find, another way to throw that passing game off, and that way is Damon Wilson, Chris McClellan, Zion Young, Darius Smith, these guys getting Simpson off schedule, throwing the football before he's ready to do it.
Eli Drinkwitz has been pretty pointed in his criticism of his own secondary. Do you think some of that is just frustration, or I think he's trying to use the media to kind of just amp up the pressure on him? Or do you think he's just kind of annoyed that it's been an issue?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is annoyance. And I think, look, Eli has known for these first 5 weeks, the schedule is such that the first 5 weeks were kind of a warm-up. And the season starts now. The second UMass ended, the answer to every question was basically, yeah, we'll see. We'll see when we start playing teams that can beat us. Even on Tuesday, somebody asked him about Ahmad Hardy, and he said, well, yeah, he's done well, and now we'll see if he can do it against, Alabama and SEC teams. So I think he has been very much sending a message to his team. Nothing you've done matters yet, and nothing you've done really has impressed anybody yet. So now's your chance. Let's see it.
You think the bye week helps Mizzou to rest up a little bit, or could it work the other way where they're just maybe not quite as sharp as they might have otherwise have been?
Yeah, I think we tend to overrate that. I mean, last year they were coming off a bye going to College Station, and that went about as poorly as it possibly could. There is a little bit of, okay, Missouri has been pointing to this game really for 3 weeks because UMass was no more than a little bit of light cardio. So they've had 3 weeks to get ready for this, whereas Alabama has had at Georgia, home against Vanderbilt. By the way, Tennessee's next. So, Alabama's saying all the right things. The number 14 team in the country should never be a trap game. But where it falls on Alabama's schedule, there is that possibility, because what makes this league so hard is there are no, even in the Big Ten, which is the second best league in the country, you play Rutgers, you play Northwestern, you play Minnesota. There are a lot of games where the top teams in that league can just kind of show up and play a C game and win. I don't know that there's more than a game or two in this league that you can show up and play a C game and feel comfortable you win.
Gabe DeArmond, our guest. He's brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. James is my insurance agent and has been since 2019 and has 455-star reviews. Give James a call and save some money. He saved Jamie Rivers all kinds of money when he made the switch just a couple weeks ago. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Colonel, let's see, with regards to the picks, I haven't seen anyone pick Mizzou. Even Mizzou podcasters are picking Bama. That's from Raider Greg. Pete Thamel, Reese Davis, Brandon Walker, Randy Cross, Joel Klatt. Those are 5 people who have picked Missouri. Again, in the whole scheme of things, what does it really, really matter? But just as perspective, and also as far as some additional objective data points, the spread started at 5.5, and now it's either at 2.5 or 3, depending on your sports book. Just as far as some observations as to where the market is. But from the Alabama side, I saw Brandon Walker on his podcast saying that this isn't even the most important game of Alabama's month. For Missouri, and I realize you're going to disagree with this, but from a national talking about, it's the most important game in a generation. And I saw the debate in the thread on Power Mizzou yesterday regarding the importance of the game. And there's the importance of the game to what takes place this season, but then there's just the importance of the game to start believing that you can beat a team with the pedigree of Alabama when they are at a point where they're still in the mix for a national championship. You know, I mean, it's one thing to beat Alabama during like the Mike DuBose era or Mike Shula era. This is still a team that's in the mix for the college football playoff. And it gets back to the Oklahoma game from 15 years ago. And yeah, they lost to Nebraska and Texas Tech in the following games, but they were undefeated. And that, I think, was a moment on the Missouri football timeline that may have led to what we experienced in 13 and 14. So how do you view the importance of this game and what takes place?
It's a big game, I think, more from the national perception of this program than this season in particular. Like, when the schedule came out, last December or whatever, like, I think 98% of people had this penciled in as a loss, right? You can lose this game, and this is one of the two toughest games you have left, depending on your perspective. I think Oklahoma on the road is in that conversation. A&M here could be in that conversation, but it's one of your toughest games. If you lose this game, like, you can still go 5-1 in the last 6, and I don't think that'll be impossible by any means, and you can achieve all the goals you want to achieve. So from this, now winning this game would make that easier, but it wouldn't be, you know, I was on a show earlier this week and somebody said, like, well, if they win this one, I mean, it's kind of smooth sailing. I said, I don't think that at all.
I don't see that anyway.
No, they could easily win this game and go 3-3. Like, they could lose next week at Auburn, they could lose to Vandy, they could lose to A&M, and they could lose to Oklahoma. So, you know, I mean, you could win this game and still end up 8-4. But for those that care about, you know, what they say about you on College game day, you know, there are so many people now. I mean, literally the qualifications to talk about sports are have an internet connection. That's it, right? So every fan base in America, if you wake up attempting to find someone saying bad things about you, you'll be able to do it. Like, you know, just go on Twitter or YouTube, search, and you'll be able to find people that don't respect you. You know, I listened to a part of a podcast earlier this week, and I've been saying this for years now. Who cares? Like, Missouri fans wake up every morning and, like, go looking for the people that don't like them or don't think enough of them, or it doesn't matter. Go win the football game. You will get plenty of respect on Sunday, and it won't matter any more than it matters now. You know, but I know Missouri fans want to be accepted and want people to think highly of them. I mean, guess what? Nobody's going to put your program in the same breath as Alabama, even if you win this game. The other fan bases in the rest of the SEC are never going to say, wow, you really belong here now. Welcome in. We love it. That's not reality. So it doesn't matter. To me, it's a whole bunch of wasted energy. Just go win the football game, and the rest of it will take care of itself.
It seemed like a lot of momentum, too, on the recruiting front. Gabe, I know you guys covered closely at Power Mizzou. And some kids may be coming even this weekend. I read some things that just the momentum is certainly there on the recruiting side.
Yeah, and could, I think, certainly pick up with another win or two. They've got a lot of guys in, a lot of guys committed to other Power 4 programs that they're trying to flip and all that. And I do find it a little bit amusing. Look, I'm firmly on the side of high school recruiting is just whatever anymore. I mean, look at the guys on this team, and the vast majority of them that are contributing this weekend didn't start here. So I'm not sure how big a deal high school recruiting is, but for most of this recruiting cycle, Missouri fans have felt very much the same way. And now we're really getting some guys, you know, so it's, and I'm not saying it doesn't matter. Look, you want to recruit high school well, you want to recruit the portal well, all of that, but it is just looking at the difference in how much people care and how excited they get, and even like the traffic on the stories and stuff about recruiting versus 5 years ago, it is night and day.
If Mizzou wins, does security try to keep the fans from storming the field, or they just let them go and take the fine?
No, they're going to make an announcement, I promise. The last thing they want to do is contribute $500,000 to Alabama's NIL fund, which is basically where that money goes. I'm interested to see, though. I mean, I understand people who say, act like you've been there before and all that. Well, but they kind of haven't been,
Yeah.
I mean, this would be one of the biggest wins, certainly. Like, I don't think it's the biggest game they've had in the SEC, but I think it would absolutely be the biggest win they've had in the SEC, if that makes sense. So, I'm intrigued to see how it goes. I think 11 a.m. helps. I think the kids are less likely to go on the field at 2:30 than they would be at 10:30 at night, but I still think there's a pretty decent chance.
Colonel, I enjoyed your video on who Missouri fans should cheer for this weekend, because you do have some games. This is really kind of a significant slate in both the Big Ten and the SEC. A couple of games of note also in the Big 12. But specifically, Texas, Oklahoma. You said Missouri fans should cheer for Texas. I always subscribe to, but I'm open to hearing otherwise, that you pull for a team that you are playing later in the season, because then they look like a bigger and better opponent. But you are of the opinion that it's better for Missouri if Texas wins. You are of the opinion that it's better for Missouri if Ohio State beats Illinois, because Ohio State's going into the playoff anyway. Illinois could be one of those teams lurking around. So if you wouldn't mind elaborating on some of your thought processes on these games. Michigan, USC, another one that you talked about.
Yeah, I think the whole idea is you want as many teams to have 3 losses as you possibly can, because you're going to need to be 10-2 to make the playoffs. And this committee has shown that it does. Now, I know it's supposed to be a little bit different this year, but it does value win totals, right? So if you can get to 10, then 10 in the SEC is more impressive than 10 anywhere else. Like a 10-2 SEC team should be seated above every non-conference champion that wins 10 games. And I would argue even 11, but the committee has shown that might not necessarily be the case. But point being, Texas, the way it's played so far, it's got another loss somewhere on the schedule. I don't know where, but it's going to lose another game. So Oklahoma currently is in the same situation Missouri's in, 5-0. If they get to 6-0, then all of a sudden 10-2, looks like much more of a possibility. So I think you'd like Oklahoma to go ahead and take a loss. They've still got Ole Miss. They might still have Georgia. I'm not sure about that. Obviously, still have Missouri. So they could win this and still lose 3. But I think you just want to get as many teams behind you in the perceived pecking order as you can.
And are the uniforms, are we official now?
Mark's asking uniform
I knew
questions.
Doug was holding back, and I thought, let's just, because Drinkwitz did say to Kalen DeBoer, are you going to be wearing that black hoodie when we're wearing black? So that was at least some tell.
All right, so no yellow jersey, no white jersey.
I mean, that should move the line. I know Vegas.
Good for you for coming around.
Frustrated
Gabe.
already with us. Well, now that you're doing national TV, you're kind of the Paul Feinbaum of Missouri.
Yeah.
He's thinking about quitting and running for Senate. Do you have any political aspirations?
Oh, yeah, I'm a hugely political guy. I think everybody that knows me knows that. My Twitter feed is just nonstop political hot takes. Really? I think that's clearly the avenue I'm headed toward.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah, I get that sense, too.
It feels like to me, too.
Post-game show tomorrow, no matter what, is going to be something else. I mean, you really haven't had a real weekend with a big post-game show since South Carolina, because the UMass thing, as you said, was light cardio. So tomorrow, about 3:30, I'll be driving back from Columbia to St. Louis, family in the car, and we'll be locked in on you and Cody. Can't wait.
I need to know, is Jackson riding up with the McKernan family? Is this a carpool situation?
Well, that's a great question. We love logistics here, Colonel, and it's good that you're getting on board with it. Jackson just told me he was going to leave early, but his buddy that he's going with is playing Belle Reve today. So,
right. Well, pretty mean potatoes over here.
So,
I mean, it's pouring rain here. So.
Oh, is that right? So I guess we'll just have to start at Club Vogue then. I wasn't planning. I was going to finish there, but I guess we'll start there, and then we'll go outdoors.
Every great night starts.
Got to get the young man introduced to Columbia's finest culture.
That's right. So I'm actually leaving St. Louis around 1 or 1:30 with the whole family, taking the older one out of school early to just start getting after it.
Absolutely.
So, Colonel, I'll be at your house around 3:30.
Excellent. Yeah, let me give you my address. Should I just say it on the air?
Yeah, I think that's the smart thing.
No one's listening.
Because there are others who are going to want to stay there, too.
That's right.
I live in Dave Schmidt's summer home.
Ooh, Doppler Dave, Doug. That Doppler Dave. The ladies loved Double D.
Oh, did they?
Oh, they did indeed. Yeah, so that's where I'll be this afternoon if anybody's looking for a Double D's summer home. The Colonel, PowerMizzou.com. He's brought to you by James Carlton and that post-game show tomorrow. I don't know. I mean, either way, no matter what, it's going to be entertaining. With a win, it could be an all-timer with the Colonel and his cohort, Cody Goodwin. Gabe, always enjoy it. Can't wait for the festivities tomorrow. Thank you so much for the time, sir.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
You too. It's Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, and I'll be staying with him.
I debated whether I should ask him about the uniforms or the Wildcat.
That's Doug. That's like if Todd Bridges would have done what you talking about, Willis. That's Doug's. The people tune in to hear Doug ask Gabe about the uniform.
Sorry, Doug. I couldn't tell if you were afraid to go there.
No. But we're pretty sure it's going to be gold pants and black jerseys?
Well, that's what Negus Webster Chan's reporting.
Okay.
But that's the only place it's been reported?
That's correct.
So they don't announce it.
There is a video that has just been posted within the last 20 minutes, but it is not a uniform video, and they are not happy in the comments about the video.
Oh, no.
They are not. It's a black and white video. I thought it was going to be the uniform reveal. I thought they were doing us a favor by doing it while we were on the air. It's just a black and white video. I don't know what to make of it. But in the first comment I see is you guys had 2 weeks and could only come up with a 30-second video for one of the biggest games we've ever had. I don't know if that's from a Tiger nationalist or not, Jackson.
Almost certainly.
It says ready for action.
Almost certainly.
And it's black and white. People don't have color cameras now?
And that's Donovan Olubade putting on a helmet and kind of just walking around.
Well, they worked hard on that.
Toriano Pride makes an appearance. There's Bo Perbula, Josiah Trotter. But it definitely doesn't give us any uniform information. Topless Gentleman is now in it. Tristan Newsom.
Freeze that for me for the break. But during the week, Negus Webster Chan, who has been ahead of everybody on the injury situation in Columbia with Caden Green, also reported that his sources are telling him black jerseys, gold pants, black helmet,
nice,
block M with the block M white.
I don't like the white.
Well, that was the 70s uniform. In the 70s, they had the block M that was white.
They did?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was impossible to please you. You want these classic uniforms, they give them to you, and not good enough.
Okay, no, I'm on board with the classic
hairs over there.
I know.
I would take this. It sounds good.
But they used to announce it with a video,
That's right. Yeah, they used to do
Usually
all
an offensive lineman in a barn with a guitar.
But did they get mocked too much? I mean, why did they get away from
that? They flew too close to the sun with that stuff.
Is that a lot of criticism, I think.
Well, when you have to be like, hey, Josiah Trotter, can you come out to the creek in Peace Park so we can shoot this video of the uniform? And he's like, seriously? I was watching tape. It's like, all right, maybe we should.
Well, why not just
shift our focus?
Have a shot of one of your captains each week wearing it in the middle of Pro Field and say, hey, we're sporting the black and gold this week. Hey, we're going all
fairness,
white.
Doug, Alabama hasn't sent out an image of what they're wearing.
No, because they wear the same things.
I think they're going
green.
Home
uniform and away uniform.
They're going
That's all
green.
they need.
It's green week for Bama.
What about you, Papers? Will you have the glitter on this
weekend?
weekend?
Yeah, you're going to wear glitter, and are you going to wear gold or black? Because it is a gold rush.
It's a gold rush.
I don't own like a gold
Well, go
shirt.
get some.
I don't want to buy. I don't wear gold ever, and
Why
so
not?
it's not my color. It's not my color.
I go into my closet, which metaphorically I live in, last night, and my wife had pulled out the only 3 gold items that I own, which includes like polo rugby that I wore in the 1990s, apparently, Martin, during the Sigma Chi pledgeship, because I can still see the hole where one of the actives ripped my pledge pin out from my shirt during one of our hazing sessions. Very relaxing, fun times. And that's one of my options, a yellow rugby.
Rugby shirts are in, too, by the way.
I'm so used to it at that point, as anybody who inhabited 500 South College knows. And then a shirt from the Missouri-Illinois game from 2008. I have that still in my closet.
Okay,
you see, I do a lot of updating.
Yeah.
And then I couldn't recall the other one. I just go, okay, that's enough, and just put them right back in.
Yeah, I'll be wearing a gray Missouri polo.
I'll be probably wearing some black.
I think most people, the students will have on the right colors. It'll look fine.
And the weather's perfect?
Yeah.
Glorious
great.
conditions. Welcome to sundress season in Columbia, Missouri. You are looking live.
But it
does sound like something Brent would have said.
Some light rain today, but tomorrow, 75, it'll be when you start tailgating, you have a little wrap on, then the sun starts really coming out. Pull that off when you get to the stadium.
It's a wrap, like a shawl?
Like what I'm wearing right now. Like this would be a perfect wrap.
shawl?
That's not a wrap. Hoodie.
But I'm wrapped
That's the
up.
Kalen DeBoer black hoodie of death.
Yeah, it's my version of
No,
it.
a wrap sounds like you've got it tied around your waist.
Like a shawl?
Like Bill.
Yeah, like a tunic. What if I wore a tunic?
Bama's going to boat race Mizzou. Tim, your son should not see this beatdown. That's from the Gray Summit Grey Goose Guzzler, who I believe has been texting in every week that they're going to lose.
I will say, it's like tough to be like demonstratively like, yes, I think Missouri will absolutely win just because you haven't seen enough against the competition that would be on the same level. You could look at some of the numbers, you could look at some of the personnel and say that, but to be like, rah, Missouri's for sure going to win is tough.
How about this stat? And I realize this is crowdsourcing, but I'm not asking. But I saw this yesterday on Power Mizzou, that Missouri has not beaten a team in the SEC in the last 3 years that finished their SEC conference schedule with a winning record.
Tennessee in 23 didn't have...
That's the one that I was thinking would be the case.
They had
I was
some
surprised to see that. But I guess the overall point is that the national or regional SEC skepticism is, yeah, they've gotten healthy on some favorable schedules. I know that's what Arkansas fans say. So this is your opportunity. You want an opportunity? You want an opportunity, Doug?
Oh, sure.
You got it.
Okay.
Tennessee was 4-4 that year, Jackson.
Okay, so 500.
Yeah, but above, that's what I said.
Yeah,
Winning
above.
record.
Fair, very fair.
So they've never beaten an SEC team
in the last 3 years.
Okay. That
So
has
all this talk
ended up
about
with a winning record.
I think what the record is 26-5 over the last 3 years. Now that includes some non-conference. I guess the most glamorous one of those would be K-State in 23. But the SEC schedule that they've gotten fat on, and then the Ohio State Bowl, has been some of the butt asses. And when then we go against Jaden Daniels or Between the Hedges or Roll Tide or Lenora
College
Sellers
Station.
in Columbia, in College Station, that it hasn't worked out. So, Doug, this is your opportunity.
Okay.
All right.
Will you storm the field if they win?
I would expect to be carried onto the field.
Oh, because you would have played a role in the victory.
I don't want to say that because then it comes off as arrogant.
Right.
If Mizzou is to win, I hope they don't rush the field.
I agree with you. I don't think you will get your wish.
Right.
From a look perspective, you want to just look
given
like, hey,
Alabama
this is great.
money, I don't like that element. And yeah, I think you're the number 14 team in the country. You have aspirations to go the distance.
It's a Barry Sanders operation. You hand the ball to the official. You know why? Because we'll be back again.
Right, exactly.
But, I expect a field rushing unless the only chance I suppose that it wouldn't happen is if they're up by 20.
10, yeah.
Why doesn't Mizzou send a bunch of students to other schools, and if Mizzou wins at these other places, they rush the field, and then Mizzou gets paid off?
That's a nice business model you're proposing. I'll invest in that.
Not bad.
I need to do a cash call first, but yeah.
But the other team would have to win the game. So Mizzou would have to lose.
Right. But they're going to lose some road games. We might as well make it profitable.
Or do you do it for just random games? Like you just send a bunch of people in Texas gear this weekend, and when they win, they rush the field.
Not bad, yeah.
No, but supposedly the team that loses gets the check, right?
Yeah.
So we need to
So
have.
it has to be against
We need to
Mizzou.
have
Okay.
paid
Yeah.
protesters
Okay.
at every away game, and every time Mizzou gets beat, they rush the field, so Mizzou gets paid $500,000.
It's a nice business model. Boys, the Tide went to Georgia and won. Why do you even think they have a chance? That's from Starfish
No,
Stream.
let's just not play the game. It's
Okay, you want to not play?
It's already dumb. No, that's a
We
good
still going to
comment
Columbia
right there.
and starting at Club Vogue at 4 this
I
afternoon?
don't see the point. They beat Georgia on the road, so Mizzou should just pack it in. Nonsense.
What is Club Vogue, and why are you going there so early?
It's a great question. Clip that off. It's a gentleman's establishment. It is BYOB. And
BYOB?
During the 1990s, when we would hear it was amateur night, we envisioned the Tri-Delts all, bankrolling their education. And then we got there, and it was townie season.
Townies.
Yeah, it was townie season.
Heavy set townies?
Probably mothers.
Who's watching the kids? Are they in back? Guys, I'll also be at MIZ this Saturday. Would love to buy you both a beer if I see, even though those 2 beers could break my bank account with prices this weekend. So Lil Beer Cats will be on.
Oh, he's going to be there.
He's going to be on site.
Nice.
And he's the
Jackson, you hanging out with him?
hype man?
Yeah, he is the Coinal hype man.
What was the question?
Never mind.
Sorry, I got a text into my cell phone.
It's fine. It's just Lil Beer Cat says he'd buy you a beer. He'll be at the game.
Oh, I've seen him at a Cardinal game before.
Jackson is Mark's lapchild tomorrow at the game, like Kai is recovering alcoholic's pincushion. That's from the Worsen Woods Wacko. You're sitting on Mark's lap.
Mark won't be there. Mark won't be there.
Are you telling us you might look at the other side of the menu?
Yeah, your reference to Charlie Sheen documentary?
Shock. No, Mark won't be there.
Okay.
Can I ask somebody in the 314 here if they're serious? Because in all caps, it's not Twitter. It's X. Please tell you.
That's going to get Jackson going.
Please tell your guests that.
I will exclusively call it Twitter forever.
Oh, of course.
Wow.
But my question is, there's no way anybody cares that much about it, do they?
Oh.
For God's sakes,
Martin, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with you there.
Yeah.
Well,
You have to have a special kind of thing going on.
Right.
From the all caps, it tells me that it really does bother them.
Yes.
They need some wins. And I get it.
They need some wins.
Dudes need guys, and people need wins.
Doug, listen to this one more time. Dudes need guys, and people need wins.
Why do dudes need guys?
We all need them, man.
Does that answer your question?
No, I don't get that.
Some
Dudes
people
need guys.
like some things. Some people like other things because immediately after the drops, there was a text that said, "Papers, great job, well done."
Nice job, Papers.
The next text said, "Not your best work." It's unbelievable.
You never know what you're going to get, you know?
One person did say you excluded Doug saying he was a furry or not a furry, and they were
How'd that go on the
disappointed.
cutting room floor?
Yeah, I just wonder if I wear this bunny costume for Halloween, does that make me a furry?
Well, we've only done 20 hours this week, so I don't know.
How'd you miss it?
I know, it's crazy. I would miss that 3 seconds.
ILLF Mizzou. That's from Illini Lance.
Why can't both win? They're not playing each other. They're
and
both.
Las Vegas has it as a 6% chance, courtesy of one of our degenerate listeners who looked up what it would pay if you were to parlay Missouri and Illinois
They
on
can,
the money line.
Why not both of them win? Why is that the
It would
one or the
be.
other?
I would be so damn happy if you look at the scoreboard update during the many commercial breaks, but that's part of the deal. Tomorrow, and I see Illinois is up on Ohio State. I'd be happy as can be. I get where Gabe's coming from.
Yeah,
This is a random take, but I really do feel strongly about it. I do not agree with this whole thing about 3 losses and you're out, or a team gets to 2 losses. I do not. The committee hasn't announced any of that. I don't know where this is coming from. It's kind of, and this isn't by no means just Gabe. It's kind of been passed around the college football media landscape like this is accepted. I do not subscribe to that. If you look at Oklahoma's schedule and they go 9-3 with that thing, but Missouri loses and doesn't beat one of the quality teams that's on their schedule, and you know, some of the teams that Missouri winds up beating at 10-2, I realize they'll have a head-to-head. But my point being, there are some schedules out there that are brutal, and they are not created equal. So I don't necessarily see it that way. And then when I look at it from Illinois' standpoint and being in St. Louis, I love that the college football popularity has increased as exponentially as it has around here recently. And part of that is because both schools have programs that are in the top 20 and have aspirations for the college football playoff. So from that standpoint, without having a football team locally, and football being the game in the United States right now, whether people like that or not, I don't really know who's going to dispute it from a data point, to have a team and teams that are in the mix in college football is a great thing. So I'm pulling for Illinois in a major way tomorrow and really throughout until Missouri heads to Champaign on a Friday night in mid to late December. All right, we got a break. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Make plans to join us. That's us, meaning me, my wife. We're all headed to Scotland next summer. We're going to Spectacular Scotland. It's presented by Colette. And the great thing about traveling with Colette, they'll handle all those details for you. The flights, the meals, hotels, local experiences. It's really a great trip put together by them. They've been doing this for more than a century. You're going to visit Edinburgh. You're going to check out Glasgow. Visit all sorts of great sites like the Isle of Skye, the amazing Orkney Islands, cruising on lovely Loch Ness, checking out the landscapes of the Highlands. You've seen Scotland, the videos, the pictures, the shows over the years. Now is your chance to go and see it in person, all put together by Colette. Great trip that's scheduled for next summer. We're leaving on June 15th. Don't miss out. Call our friends over at All Terror Travel, 314-968-9600. 314-968-9600. Go to 101ESPN.com. There'll be all sorts of great food and trips to whiskey distilleries, tasting, a great, fun, relaxing trip next summer. Make your plans now by calling Altair at 314-968-9600.
says she's too old.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour. Mark is online at evergreen-ws.com, or you can call him at 314-889-0503. What is it that you say about Mark Hanna there, Jackie Papers?
How much do I like Mark Hanna? I work with him.
Oh, gosh, I don't know.
He's got his own ad agency over there.
I don't know. That's real catchy.
You don't think that works?
No, it's okay, I guess. The boy's trying his hardest.
God, my favorite part of the Tiger games is when Mike Kelly on the radio will say, like, how loud can you get, Mizzou fans? Because he knows you people are listening there.
Like people with transistors?
Yeah.
I am sitting in basically the same section that I sat in for the South Carolina game, in which I nearly saw two gentlemen come to blows. Now, you might assume that that was a combined age of maybe around 40, two 20-year-olds, but the combined age truly was probably around 150.
Oh, 150.
Wow. I mean, both were in their 70s, without question. And that's because the gentleman sitting in the row behind me was yelling at the gentleman in the row in front of me for standing up. I think if you're going to the game tomorrow, there's going to be a lot of standing up.
Just a little warning.
Just a little warning. I don't think I'm in the exact same row, but I'm in the ballpark same section. And I will be intrigued to see if that gentleman is there screaming at people to sit down. Screaming at what is the first, I still can't believe this. The first time since 1979 that Missouri is in the top 15 in the AP, and their opponent is in the top 15 in the AP, and they are playing the game at Faurot Field. First time since they played Texas in 1979. That is really surprising to me. But
For
that
Georgia, Bama, that stuff happened probably every week.
That's the thing. And Jackie Papers has somebody get that Brandon Walker audio about it. Here he is. Doug, he's still with Barstool. I thought he was not with Barstool. He's still with Barstool. He's got the college football podcast.
Hit the lever charcoal.
Missouri, this is a once in a generation type of opportunity. This is, we finally got our coach. We finally got everything. He's laid the foundation, and everything in the Drake era has led to this moment right here. They are undefeated. This is the biggest game. If you're an Alabama fan, this isn't the biggest game of the month. If you're a Missouri fan, this is the biggest game of your life. That is what is here. I think Missouri gets a big one this weekend when they beat Alabama. I think Missouri is a very good team with a very good quarterback. The two best running backs, I think the best running back combination in the country. Good receiver in Kevin Coleman, good tight end, good offense. Defense, But I think the ingredients are here for Missouri to have a gigantic, huge, big win and join that group of undefeated SEC teams in the top 10.
That would be fun.
By Tiger. Now,
too dismissive of the Mizzou defense. I think there's an issue for sure.
We got to see what goes on in the secondary tomorrow. Now, the question becomes, how are they feeling elsewhere in the SEC? And let me tell you something, they're not happy.
Who's not
They're
happy?
just not happy. Well, I don't even know what this is about, but my TikTok algorithm is just glorious. Jackson, the gentleman from 104.5 ESPN in Louisiana.
I didn't understand any of this. You sent it to me, and I was like, is this guy, he said something about Brian Thomas, like the wide receiver from the Jags. I didn't understand what was going on. But we got it.
But we got it.
And this is an LSU, South Carolina, and they're not happy in Baton Rouge. Now, why? We're not sure, but Doug, you'll be able to sift through this.
Okay, I'll try.
After LSU beat South Carolina 36-33 in Columbia a year ago, I got pretty sick and tired of the ninnies in the South Carolina fan base whining about the bad calls. Let me tell you something, ninnies in the South Carolina fan base. You can't grab a quarterback by the horse collar and yank him to the ground, forcing an interception. That's going to draw a flag 100 times out of 100. And then after a quarterback throws an interception and you blindside block him into oblivion, that's going to draw a flag. I got an idea. In that LSU game that you're whining about these calls, how about this, ninnies? Don't blow a 17-point lead on your home field. How about that? That's what losers do. Losers complain about the refs. Losers blame everybody else. And that's why South Carolina, for the entirety of their existence, have been losers. Ain't never won a damn thing.
Wow. Somebody's trying to get their Stephen A. doctorate. Although maybe getting a minor in Cowherd U.
They're different schools.
Yes.
Is that right?
I felt a little Cowherd U, little Stephen A.
I do like the term ninnies.
You don't hear it enough.
It seems like an English thing.
Is that right? They use it over in the UK?
Feels like that.
Feels like it.
Ever had a team name? Is there a team name called the Ninnies out there? Yeah, he seems a little worked out, and that's about last year's game that he's revisiting.
But LSU is hosting South Carolina. He does sports radio in Baton Rouge, and he says the South Carolina fan base is full of nothing but ninnies, Doug.
Okay. I'm sure they took that very hard.
He
And then we
put him
got
in
this
their
guy
place.
from South Carolina who's mad at Brian Thomas.
Okay.
This is I'm very confused by this whole situation.
Brian Thomas Jr., I am challenging you this week to go down to LSU and get after their ass all night long, because this coach does not believe that you can do it. Let's take a listen.
Defensively,
listen what he has to say.
An elite pass rusher, probably one of the best that we'll see all year.
Okay.
I think, when you look at...
Everybody knows he's talking about Dylan here.
Guys in this league, everybody's got the ability to rush.
He doesn't believe in you, Brian.
But again, I think in our situation, we're going to have to do some things to take care of Dylan Stewart.
Got to do some things to take care of Dylan Stewart. Listen.
We're going to have to be very cognizant of where he is.
Of where he is. He's not worried about the defensive line. He's not worried about you, 46.
He can obviously disrupt your passing game.
He can disrupt the passing game. 46. He doesn't believe that you can disrupt the passing game. And I'm challenging you this week because I believe in you, and I know for a fact you can do it. You go down there and you get 2 sacks, you got a steak from me at Halls. You go down there and get a strip sack, just one, you got a steak from me at Halls. I'm challenging you and the rest of the boys on D-line to cause hell all night long in Baton Rouge. And I'll be there in person to see it happen.
What a nice little take, Smith.
So Brian Thomas Jr. is a linebacker for South Carolina.
Oh, okay.
Not to be confused with Brian Thomas Jr.,
wide receiver
for Duval.
That's right, Liam Cohen's Duval.
And if he gets a couple of sacks, he's got a steak waiting for him at Holes.
Holes, yeah. Steak at Holes.
And that was Talks Over Audio guy.
Is that a new guy?
I think so. Plays the audio, and then it will say like, "Oh, no, stop it right there!" But he's the one stopping it.
It's again like these podcasts are done in these like small rooms, probably with one producer, and there's like.
You think?
I don't think there's a producer.
0.5.
Jeez.
Well, I think there's probably someone pushing buttons.
No, that's what I said. Okay, so hold the tape right there. That's him.
That's because you guys don't think about the little guy, and that's fine.
No, I think they would love to have the little guy. They don't have the little guy.
Think they have the funds?
No.
Oh, that's fair.
It's just a guy talking into his phone, isn't it?
He had like a whole setup.
The slug here says some South Carolina patriot goes off on Brian Kelly.
Well, I don't even know. Like, is he a media member or is he a podcast?
Well, where did it came from? Tim's TikTok?
Tim's TikTok algorithm is the bee's knees. It is nothing but college football and trying to compress the golf ball, to be honest with you. And these guys are angry as hornets for the South Carolina LSU game, which I don't even know if it's in the top 3 of SEC games this weekend.
That's not, for sure. Tennessee
might not be in the top 5.
Yeah.
But then he says, I'll be there.
He'll be there, and he's going to take him to get a steak at Holes.
I'm trying to find it.
Based on
It's
his
a lousy name for a steakhouse.
Based on the way he's talking, and if he's got to go to Death Valley, that could be a problem.
I felt like he at any moment was going to start weeping. I thought the waterworks were on their way as he is talking to a guy who plays linebacker at South Carolina who has no chance that he's actually listening to this. And he was going to start weeping because the loss to LSU kept South Carolina out of the college football playoff last year, and they're still mad as Hornets about it. And so tomorrow it's all about vengeance for the Gamecocks as they, of course, have a night game down on the bayou.
I never give up on my dreams.
No, don't.
Okay? And I always just fought for what I wanted.
That was Brian Kelly? Halls apparently is a fine chop house.
Oh, nice.
There's
Doug
several,
Chop House.
I don't like the word chop house.
several in South Carolina, including Columbia.
There you go.
The other Columbia. And there's Charleston, there's Greenville. So Halls apparently is a fine dining.
Do you think the player will actually show up if he gets his sacks and say, "Where my meat? Cattleman's cut.
Where my meat?"
Guys, media markets 77 and 95 don't have producers. I'd wager they broadcast out of a defunct strip mall with a broken down Tonka truck in the parking lot.
Whoa.
That's Al, and he is over there in Dadeville, and he's a little worried about the trip down to the Plains tomorrow night.
You don't have to operate out of anything other than your own home.
Sometimes they're doing Pilates in the parking lot, like in parking spots, and there's karate lessons going on. It was wild.
Sitting in my car and trying to think of anything, and I mean anything, that would get me as mad as that guy was about ninnies in South Carolina, and I can't do it. What a world. You couldn't pay me to live anywhere below the Mason-Dixon line outside of Florida on the beach. That's from Arbor Day, two-time texter of the year. You can email in and compete with the greats the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air heating and cooling email today. Martin, you know about that Seth Goldcamp because you work with them too.
Love Design Air because you can count on them today, tomorrow, years down the road. They've been doing this for more than a century, and what that is keeping you comfortable inside your home. That's really what it's about. When you're in your home, you want to be comfortable, whether it's summertime, want to cool off, winter, stay nice and warm. You're going to do that with the great folks at Design Air. Great place to work as well. I love seeing those reviews that the employees love working for Design Air, and you can tell that when you work with them. They're inside your home, and they're going to get the job done without trying to upsell you. It's something Seth Goldcamp has made sure with his team not to do when they're there to get a repair done. If you need an entire HVAC unit, they'll give you the best deal they can on that. We saw Mr. McKernan signed on with Design Air, tested the market and said, you know what, that's the best offer out there, and took them up on it. DesignerService.com, that's the website where you can sign up for a little winter tune-up. Any issues at all, turn to the team that we trust, and that is Design Air Service.
There it is. Sponsor of our email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, I know you've got a big onboarding. The weekend onboarding is always...
I'll stay for Matt the Bat. Because then
Matt the Bat!
He gets mad or makes fun.
Yeah. All right, so
I guess I have to supervise.
Onboarding will be reduced. Matt the Bat, Matt Holliday, going to join us coming up on the other side of our break. Baseball playoff recap. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It is TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. And look, Doug, on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, it's friend of the show, Matt the Bat. Matt Holliday with us here on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Morning, Matt.
Good morning.
I felt badly last night for Orion Keckerling of the Phillies. Wasn't that just brutal to watch?
Yeah, I mean, gosh, watching that game to see it end like that is, you just all the, everything that goes into a full season. You start spring training and all the work that goes into trying to do something, at the end to win a World Series. They have an extremely talented team. Obviously, if they win that game, they go back home for a Game 5 in Philadelphia. Crowd would be going crazy, and to come down to like a pitcher kind of just, he just lost his mind for a second. I think he just picks the ball up and throws to first. They get the guy out pretty easily, but it sped up on him, and he throws it home, and it's like, golly, it's over. The season's over. The really talented team's going home. I thought I think that. This is my opinion. I thought that was the only team that could beat the Dodgers, that could match them with superstars and match them with talent. So I was rooting for a Game 5. I'm always rooting for a Game 5, but yeah, it was tough to see the season end. I feel bad for the guy. He probably feels like it's all on him, but they only scored one run, and so there's plenty of blame to go around. You win as a team, you lose as a team all season long. It's a full season, and so I'm sure it feels heavy, but it's one of those things where it was just a physical mistake that just happened in a really like a quick spur of the moment decision. He made the wrong one, and it's tough to live with.
We're confident though that the Philadelphia folks are the ones who'll handle this real well.
Yeah, the fan base will love it, I'm sure. But
yeah, most fan bases handle stuff like that really well.
So the manager consoled him before he got off the field, and the players were patting him on the back and hugging him. I guess that's all. There's not much to say at that point, is there really? You just kind of give the guy a pat on the back?
Yeah, I mean, look, you just, I think that's – I watched the press conference, and I think Rob Thompson talked about it a little bit, just basically said, like, we win as a team, we lose as a team. It's not, it's just a – there's not a lot you can say right there. I think outside of just showing he's a young player that hey, we got your back. It's not your fault. Obviously it's a game and things happen fast, and just showing him a little bit of support and love, and that goes a long way. I think when your manager and your teammates and coaches can come up and encourage you. I think it is helpful in a tough time like that.
I thought it was interesting earlier. The Dodgers walked Ohtani. It loaded the bases and brought up Mookie Betts. And Betts was having a better series. Ohtani had been really quiet overall, and then it backfired because then they walked Betts. Does a player like Mookie Betts, even as accomplished as he is, does that kind of torque him off? You think when they walk a guy to get to him, even though it's logistics, do you think that motivates a hitter?
Yeah, I mean, I think you take it personal sometimes when they walk somebody to get to you. I mean, obviously, when I got traded over in St. Louis, it happened a lot with Albert, hitting behind Albert. So I think you can, yeah, I mean, if that's something that motivates you to get a little chip on your shoulder to act extra incentive or locks you in emotionally or physically, you can use that. I mean, I think that I don't know that most players perform better when they're ticked off, or I think, if you just stick to your process and not worry about why or what's going on around you, you just kind of stick to what you're doing and get a good pitch to hit, keep your approach very simple. It's probably that's probably the best way to look at it. But I mean, I don't know Mookie, real well personally to know if that's something that he takes personally or not. But I think you get used to it. When you hit behind Ohtani, you hit behind Albert Pujols, you hit behind Aaron Judge, you better get used to the other team walking them on purpose to face you. So I think that's something where, you get used to it and you learn to deal with it.
I bet you have to fight the urge to be overly aggressive there, where you're thinking, you think you're going to have an easy out with me? I'll show you.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, like, I think you learn to deal with it. I think young players and, people that haven't dealt with that much can certainly let emotion get the best of them, or emotion take over and change their normal approach or normal at bat. But Mookie Betts is obviously a seasoned veteran and former MVP, and so I'm sure there's deep down he's like, you're gonna walk somebody to get to me. But I think we as players, you understand that, like, Ohtani is a freak, and Betts didn't have the best year this year. I think he hit 260 and with 20 homers, 19 homers, something like that. And Ohtani obviously, hit 50 something homers, and it's just it's part of the game. But yeah, I mean, look, I think as competitors, you're always a little irritated when you think somebody is sliding you.
Matt Holliday with us here on TMA. So tonight we got a Game 5. Tomorrow now we have a Game 5 with the Cubs and the Brewers. I was telling Doug during the commercial break, I love the Tigers tonight because they have Skubal. That's just such a great equalizer. You, of course, are part of an all-time classic in a Game 5 NLDS with Holliday and Carpenter in Philadelphia. The mindset for the Tigers has to be one of confidence when they know they got their guy on the mound. Can you take us back to what you can recall about whether it be that Game 5 against the Phillies or any of those critical games, and you got your guy starting?
Yeah, I mean, look, it is, if you're going to have to play a do-or-die game, having, Skubal or for us, having Carp, having your guy that you watch, your workhorse, your guy that you watch train, that you watch work all year, and just the best competitor, that you have, or one of the best competitors on your team, going out there, it makes you feel good. I mean, it makes you feel excited about the idea that, you have a chance to win. And look, I think the first team that scores tonight is going to, I think it is going to win. I mean, I think that both pitchers are good. But like, if the Mariners are able to scratch a run or two on Skubal early in the first 3 innings, I think that, now they get a little bit of confidence and momentum going. So I think it's a very interesting game. I do think, the Tigers at home with Skubal I guess they're in Seattle. The Tigers with Skubal, I think is a good advantage, but I think with Seattle being at home in front of their fans, they just saw him, so that's always helpful when you just saw a guy. Fresh memory of what his pitches look like. That doesn't mean hitting 99 to 101 and a plus changeup and a plus slider any easier, but it certainly gives you a fresh view as a hitter from what you just saw a few days ago. So fascinating. I love Game 5s, like you said. The Game 5 in Philadelphia was one of my favorite games to ever be a part of, and remember it very vividly, and just the Carp and Holliday going head to head, and just probably one of the better games maybe that nobody talks about in baseball.
Yeah.
With that and that atmosphere, and it was like a perfect chilly fall night, and just remember all that, every play, every pitch was magnified, just because it was such a close game and both pitchers were so dominant.
And big hit in that game, Skip Schumacher, who now is the manager of the Rangers. You actually broke that story nobody picked up on it, Tim, because we were probably reading inane texts right after that.
That's correct.
But has the Shoe Man tried to recruit you to be on his staff?
He did heavily in Miami. I think he knows where I'm at, just with what I'm doing. If I called him and said, "Hey, I need a job," I think I could get one. But
are you hurting?
Yeah, but I think he knows. I mean, we talk often, and so he was supposed to be the bench coach for the USA World Baseball Classic team, and I was supposed to be the hitting coach, and we were going to hang out and share, just a staff together. But obviously I knew that probably wasn't likely that he was going to get a managing job this year. So I'm a little disappointed with him in that, but I think he was going to be a hot commodity wherever, if even if Bochy stuck around, if they kept him on, there's with all the openings of seemingly pretty good jobs, he was going to be managing somewhere next year.
Matt Holliday with us here on TMA. Matt the Bat, any college football on the itinerary here? We've got Missouri, Alabama, and Illinois hosting Ohio State, so we're kind of locked in around these parts. What about you this weekend?
Unfortunately, it's kind of falling apart around here. We're in shambles. I don't know that it could get much worse. I think we're staring down a road or a home underdog to Houston. Reed, I don't know if this is good or bad, but Reed my youngest has a football game in Tulsa at noon on Saturday, which OSU plays at 11. So it kind of rules me out for going. I don't know if that's good or bad. I don't know if so I won't go to the game. I'll follow it just to see what happens, but we're in a bad spot. It looks like Cowboys might be headed towards 2 consecutive seasons without winning a conference. Where that takes me, but
how about that, Doug?
That's nice gesture.
I'm not happy with the current state of college football here in Stillwater.
Wow. Well, how's about the gang? We load up the van, we come to you, and then we all go to Norman. You could root against the Sooners easily, and we go as Mizzou geeks.
Yep.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Oh, wow, Doug, here we go. We're heading to Norman.
I'll bring the pot pies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. I
think it's happening, Tim.
Sounds like we'll be there late November, Matt. I think November 22nd is when we'll be down at the place.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Yeah, we'll look forward.
Tell Leslie a couple of cots, bunks.
Yeah, we got a spot for y'all.
Raw milk. I might have a few beers.
See if Ricky Fowler will be in town and we can finally play heads up. I know he wanted to see if he could clip me, so we'll get a chance to do that. So I don't think he could. I don't think he could. I'd be giving him strokes. Matt, always enjoy the conversation. Sorry about the Oklahoma State Cowboys, but welcome to the Missouri Tiger bandwagon. I appreciate it.
Yeah, good to be here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, God bless. Thanks, Matt.
Okay, guys.
See ya. Matt Holliday with us
on
here.
Board.
Yeah, welcome.
And we're going there.
Bandwagon. I'm looking at that number. Oklahoma State has absolutely kind of just said that'll wrap her up for us.
Yeah. What happened to them? Why did they fall apart so quickly?
Gundy complained about money. But
yeah, that was it. T. Boone passed away. He built them a stadium, but then didn't have anything for the roster. And now that I'm looking at it, as you might imagine, with all the great games this weekend, Houston, Oklahoma State hasn't gotten to my desk yet. Houston minus 14.5. Has the Tampa Avenue Capital Partners buzzing.
Has me interested.
Maybe do another cash call just in advance, just so we have something to play with.
And that's one where you don't lean into the stink?
Nothing stinky about it.
It's
2 touchdown.
It smells right.
2 touchdown dog at home. I mean, yeah, it's tough.
Are you already in a hole for the weekend, though, after my Philadelphia Eagles, New York Giants?
No, I've been seeing the board really well this year. So a lot of withdrawals, not a lot of deposits.
Well, Harrison's brother Master doesn't think you're seeing it well. The Cardinals aren't in the playoffs, haven't played a game in weeks. Blues open last night. Mizzou has Bama tomorrow, and Dum schedules Matt Holliday.
Dum schedule. I
That's you, I guess he's referring to.
Is that what you go by?
For sure, not sponsored. That's for sure.
Blocking.
No. I think instead of blocking him, let's just ask a real quick question for Harrison's brother Master. Why such an ass?
Doesn't matter. He keeps coming back. He can be as frustrated as he wants. Just like the sun rises in the morning, he's there. So I don't know what to tell you. It feels like we're not going to lose him. You know?
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, you waited for onboarding, and
I regret waiting because of that text. I love Matt the Bat, and I got an invite to go to Norman to watch Mizzou. We're taking the whole van.
Yes.
I think he actually would do it.
Yeah, sprinter.
But I regret it now because of that.
Yeah.
Dumb.
Martin heading out
Nonsense.
for onboarding. What are you going to be doing tomorrow? You got to do TV tomorrow?
I'm going to be at TV. I think I'll watch the games at home, but then I'll be at TV at night.
Exposure.
We've got, my colleagues are heading out. We've got
about that?
Jordan Williams is going to be down at Fro Field with lensman Jake.
Love that.
And then colleague
from spring training.
Kevin Ryan's going to be up in Champaign. We've got that game on Fox. ALDS Game 5 tonight is on Big Fox.
Nice.
They move them around from FS. We never know, honestly, if we have the game or not. But then the ALCS Sunday night, Toronto is also on Fox. So, but ILL on the, so flip around. If you Mizzou geeks, flipping back and forth there. Keep an eye on Champaign.
I am locked in. Can't wait. All right, Martin, big weekend on the 2 Fox, and he will have both of his cohorts on the road in Champaign and in Columbia. We will take a commercial break, come back with more TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues lose their opener last evening. Back in action tomorrow afternoon as they take on the Calgary Flames. Pre-game at 2 p.m., puck drop at 3 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, we got some housekeeping here. We got to tend to it. Number one, send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Number two, you wanted to block Harrison's brother Master?
Yeah, I think it's about time.
Where he said, who the F cares about Seattle, Detroit? Nobody cares about baseball. Didn't you see the crowds this season? The Cardinals aren't in the playoffs, haven't played a game in a weeks. Blues opened last night. Mizzou has Bama tomorrow, and Dum schedules Matt Holliday.
Okay, block him.
Yeah, and the assumption was he was talking about Jackie Papers, but Harrison's brother Master wants you to know, Jackson, he was talking to Martin.
Block him.
So he's mad at Martin.
Again, it doesn't change the fact that it's a goofy text.
How hard is it to block him?
Read this dumbass text.
Jay Randolph Jr.'s thoughts. Then you got in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. They're not happy over there. And here's the problem. John Scores says,
I don't like that.
Anyone else's audio cutting out? Walrus King says, nope. Chris Moody says, okay, thanks. Wish it was just when Tim was talking, the show would be better.
Oh. Block him.
Well, I just realized my fly was open.
I missed the opportunity.
People pay extra for that.
Yeah, I'm going live on my OnlyFans while I drive to Columbia with my two children.
It's like that Shane Gillis SNL open. Daddy has an OnlyFans.
That is pretty good, by the way. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email day. That is coming your way here in a matter of moments on TMA. Last night, the Blues opened up the season. I bet on the Blues, laid minus 128. I will be having a cash call here in a little bit. Probably do that cash call on my OnlyFans. Here is Jim Montgomery on the disappointment of the letdown of all the hype for the opener and what wound up taking place against Minnesota.
It's a long season. It's a journey. It's a grind. You're going to have nights where, unfortunately, the score ends up like tonight at times. I did think for the first two periods, until it went 3-0, I liked our game quite a bit. The execution of special teams and being at the net front, I think, is why they separated from us. I didn't like our game after that. Once it went 3-0, I didn't like the energy on our bench. I didn't like the energy that we had on the ice, and the game kind of got away from us in the third.
Off the post, just like Robert Thomas.
Right. And with little feet scampering away afterwards. Can I hear just the sound effect? I hear the little feet after the goal.
Skate boy skate.
Skate boy skate.
That's what it sounds like.
Skate boy skate.
All right.
I get it. Across the board, it's so, because if you're just doing the old box score drive-by, you go, 5-0, what the hell? Weirdly, watching the game, it certainly didn't feel like a 5-0 game, so I share his opinion on that. Joey Vitale, throughout the course of the broadcast and when he was joining us earlier this morning and not attacking Visitation Academy, made that observation that there was a lot of puck luck that went Minnesota's way. There was a missed call on Hartman with Parayko, and then seconds later, Minnesota scored a goal, a goofy goal that Binnington gave up. Otherwise, 4 of the 5 were legit, but legitimately either good plays by Minnesota or some puck luck. But when you lose 5-0, it's hard not to be a little, freaked out by it.
Downtrodden.
So I'll be curious to see, and I will probably watch it when I get back to St. Louis tomorrow night on replay, how they handle tomorrow afternoon against Calgary. Because if there was a common theme from Montgomery, from Shen, from Falk, it was got a lot of opportunities where we fired into Gustafsson, but number one, right into the logo on his sweater, and number two, they just weren't there for second chance opportunities, and that is how they play the game. And Joey Vitale on the Curbside podcast made the observation that Minnesota plays a really boring style of hockey, But what they do by focusing on that defensive style of hockey is they count on that defense either forcing the opposition to make a mistake or getting some puck luck and taking advantage of it. And that is essentially what wound up happening last night, and it worked out. That's a team, when you talk about the Central, the attention is usually on Dallas, Colorado, and the President's Trophy winning Winnipeg Jets, but Minnesota is a team that is on the trend, and I'm sure in Minneapolis and St. Paul this morning, they are buzzing after seeing their team come to St. Louis and open up with a 5-0 victory. Think how we would feel around here.
They got to be thrilled. Yeah. To get that kind of win against a team that's predicted to be a contender like the Blues. Goalie gets a shutout. Yeah, they got to be on cloud 9.
So the Blues will have an opportunity, as Shen said. Hey, good news is we got a day and a half and we're right back out on the ice. Then they go to Vancouver. I would be very surprised if we saw something that was similar to what took place last night, tomorrow afternoon, and for that matter, Monday evening in Vancouver. So sucks the way that it started. But even though, Doug, you describe yourself as downtrodden.
I am, a little bit.
I'm still buying stock. And the stock's a little less expensive this morning. So let's buy some up here. We're the Tam Avenue Capital Partners. What do we do? Scared money don't make money. That's what Jackson says.
No, it doesn't.
All right, the program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen. It's 101 ESPN. Doug, now they're not happy.
No. Are they ever happy? We can't do anything to please people.
I have to tell you, as someone who I guess has been the enemy of the state for so long, it's kind of fun to be called the rights holder. Now, it doesn't make it true, but it's still fun to read it. So you guys are going to make excuses for the Blues, but they will start the season 4-6 in the first 10. Since no one seems to remember how bad they played the first half last season, that's more like the true team they are, instead of the team that went on a once-in-a-lifetime winning streak in the second half last season. That's when 3-1-4.
So the wins don't count?
That's correct.
The wins don't show who you are. Only the losses show who you truly are. Okay. I don't buy that.
Do you want to block him or what?
Block him. Go ahead and block him.
He's gone.
babe. Put the bag.
Oh, no. Oh, that hurt so bad.
I was at the game. I left in the second period after the fourth goal. That's how bad it was. People were booing. That's from Harrison's brother Master. I did hear the boos at the end of the second period and at the final Harn at the end of the third period. It was a real... I had the boys they were watching in the basement. Men's only club, the only kind of clubs I go to.
Oh, really?
And I put on Blues sweaters. We're locked in. Dad fired his bet offshore over in Antigua. I mean, what else? What's more American than that?
Well,
meat and potatoes guy with his boys.
Potatoes.
A few Irish guys getting together, drinking, betting.
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, people are booing in game one.
Well, hopefully it won't go this poorly for Mizzou tomorrow.
What are you trying to say?
That would be a bummer, wouldn't it?
Everything I bring my family to is a letdown? Is that what you're trying to say?
It could be. It could be.
So I'm going to be blamed now?
Especially if your wife and the youngest have to leave the game early.
I'm going to be... I won't even know if they leave. I'll be so focused on what I'm watching on the field. Because this is my job.
Just
no,
go.
I'm not. This is my job. But because, again, I'm meat and potatoes, I could be in the press box, but I want to be there with my family and my community and the people I got an education with and almost graduated with.
You want me to believe you want to be there with your community?
Assuming they have a certain
You lost
net
me
worth.
at the family. After the family, I said, okay, here it comes. You want to be there with your community. All right.
Go Tigers. Beat, roll Tide. Go Tigers. Beat,
You know what your family would like is if you redid your kitchen.
When actually you are speaking the truth.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people would like to bring their kitchen up to the 21st century standards, and Collier & Thompson can do that better than anyone in town. It's a great local company, been around since the 1950s. Mom and Pop owned, I guess it would count as mom and pop. Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard have owned it there for about 20, 25 years now. Do just a fantastic job. Don't be bamboozled by big kitchen. Let the little guys, let the people like Collier & Thompson do it. They do some fantastic work. You can't stay in business as long as they have in St. Louis unless you're doing it better than anyone else. And they don't just do kitchens or bathrooms. They do basements and wine rooms and man caves and bars and accent rooms, fireplace walls, offices. You name it, they have done it. They have their own painting department. So I know there's you're tempted sometimes to say, oh, I can paint. Well, you can, but you're not going to do it as well as the pros do with Collier & Thompson. With Collier & Thompson, the countertops, the appliances, the lighting, the flooring, the hardware, plumbing, you name it, all right there in-house. They have a huge selection of appliances. Maybe you don't want to redo the entire kitchen. You just want a new appliance. Collier & Thompson can take care of that as well. Any kind of issue you have with your house, you want your home to look better, you go to Collier & Thompson, check out their website, look at some of the before and after pictures. You'll be amazed at the fantastic work that this great St. Louis company does. Collier & Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
When the baseball season sucks and game one of the hockey season sucks, it just sucks. Doug, that's from Ryan Day's Nipple Rings. I didn't know he has his nipples pierced.
No, I hadn't really looked.
I'll have to look tomorrow, glancing at my YouTube TV app during the Missouri-Alabama game while I'm in the stands. I'll have Illinois and Ohio State, and I'll glance at that, and I'll text you to let you know if I spot his, what do you think he has, barbells or studs?
I don't know.
Watch out. Here comes Suckboy Tony. Email in, morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today. This is TMA 101 ESPN. All right, Doug, this is it.
What is it?
It's time for you to make your plays. Missouri getting 2.5. What do you want to do with it?
What do I have to bet with my head or my heart?
You have to tell the people what you think is going to happen. And however you want to do that, that's between you and your God.
Okay. Well, I don't want to do it, but I would have to take Alabama.
Oh, my God. I am going to Tiger Board right now.
Okay. I know. I said I didn't want to have to do it, but that's just my guess. I just don't think Mizzou has played anybody yet for us to know how good they are. Alabama has.
Sellers?
I don't hate anyone.
Jalen Daniels.
But Alabama has played some good teams, and they've played well against them and beaten one of them. So it's hard for me to pick against Alabama.
So you do disrespect Luke Fickell, though.
I don't disrespect or hate anyone. You asked me who I thought was going to win the game, and this is who I think is going to win.
Should Luke Fickell keep his job?
I don't want it to be that way. It's what I think is going to happen.
Hashtag fire Fickell.
Fickell's got to go, man.
Thank you. That's a take. Jackie Papers.
Give me the Tigers and the points.
Chairman Kurt.
I'm going to play the Tigers money line.
Going money line. Doesn't even want the 2.5, Doug.
Really?
Give me better odds, he says.
Well, where does the confidence come from? I wish I had more of it.
Just a feeling.
That's how the great gamblers bet.
That's true. Yeah.
I actually thought about throwing a little taste on alternate spread of the Tigers winning between 7 and 12.
Easy.
Plus 600.
Oh, now Jackson's going to score.
That's fine.
We can't kick. We can't. The Missouri Tigers can't kick. Like, if you're going to win by 12.
Well, now you're down on Bobby Boots. Have you seen his self-promotion on social media?
I've seen his point after touchdowns, rattling off the post. Rattling off the post.
That was one of my plays on the FanDuel spread zone where even though it's been rough on the podcast lately, I'm still over 50% against the number. Same with Stalter. I am on Missouri. And here is my reasoning. Because you ask a fair question. How do you arrive there? Fair question. When it's all said and done, I think you might have Ashton Genty. He's just not in Boise. He's in Columbia, Missouri. And if you looked at the resumes, and if you looked at what we've seen so far, and one of those schools didn't have numbers on the side of their helmets, you would say, well, Missouri's the better team. I understand they beat Georgia, but I'm not sure how good Georgia is. I'm taking the Tigers. And I might go money line as well, Chairman Kurt, but I think I'll probably
I hope you're right.
All right, Doug. ILL. They're getting 14.5. They kick off at the exact same time in Champaign against the #1 team in the country, the Ohio State Buckeyes. Ryan Day's nipple rings. What do you want to do?
I'd go for Ohio State on that one.
Boy, you hate St. Louis.
I don't hate anyone. You're asking me who I think is going to win a football game. And I think Ohio State is at least 2 touchdowns better than Illinois.
Chairman Kurt.
I think Ohio State gets them, but I'll take Illinois in the 14.5.
I'm also on Illinois in the points.
I'm on Illinois in the points, too.
Homers, each and every one of you.
So you hate St. Louis, but we hold
hate
rights.
anyone.
Can you win? You can't win.
I really hope that I am dead wrong on this. I really do. But if I had to bet, and that's what you're asking me, if I had to bet, I would go with Alabama and Ohio State.
It's St. Louis sports media. If Mizzou wins, Alabama will be sold to us as the second coming to Christ. And Mizzou is that good and beat a true contender. It's from the 314. And now they're not happy. I'm not sure with
they're
what.
Pre-angry.
We call that being pre-angry.
Yeah, pre-angry.
You can check out the FanDuel Spread Zone. Riz, Stalter, and myself making our plays. I'm already off to an 0-1 start with that Giants-Eagles under. But let me tell you something. My lock of the week, Doug, we're handing out free money on my lock of the week.
Well, I like
we're
that.
handing it out. It's up to you how much you want to make. That's up to you. Everybody's net worth is different. Once again, can't include your home equity in your net worth according to Mr. Licks. So if you could, just go ahead and double up your bankroll tomorrow with my 5-star play of the year on the FanDuel Spread Zone. It's sitting out there for you. All you got to do is just click on the show and watch it, and you see what it is. But I told these boys in the commercial break I might double the bankroll on it tomorrow. Yeah, I'm looking at alternate lines, actually.
I've already put down the King's ransom on it.
Yeah, there you go. That's what it's panning out. It's up to you what you want to make.
Okay, how much do you want to make? I think I saw those infomercials a few years ago on real estate. How much do you want to make?
And it went well for the people involved.
You just buy homes that are being foreclosed, and you sell them for twice what you bought them for. How much do you want to make? How many houses?
Designer, heating, and cooling email today is coming up to TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tomorrow afternoon against the Calgary Flames. That's going to be a 2 p.m. pregame with a puck drop at 3 p.m. Those are their Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
All right, Doug, here you go. You wanted the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day?
I sure did.
You got it. First, you're going to hear about Schaefer Door, though. They're online at SchaeferDoor.com. So if you're going to podcast, you go to SchaeferDoor.com podcast and listen anytime you want. I got a recommended podcast for me for my long drive?
Ooh.
I don't want to talk to my family.
I like Amy Poehler's podcast.
I don't.
You don't like it?
I do not like it.
What
But
is
she has
she
Kristen
talking about?
Wiig on recently. I just felt like it started off like those podcasts that build themselves around guests, and then it went down real quickly.
Yeah, I listened to the one with Adam Scott talking about Severance and their relationship, and I really enjoyed it.
All right.
But I haven't listened. That's the only one I've listened to.
Yeah, I actually went and unsubscribed from it. That's how much I'm down on it.
Well, I got nothing for you then.
Okay, that's it. It's Amy Poehler or bust with Jackson. Schaefer Door. I think I'll just go back and listen to today's show.
That's a good plan.
And if you can edit it so you can cut out everybody else's voices and just I can hear me.
Yeah, the Tim cut.
Yeah. Schaefer Door is online at SchaeferDoor.com. That's Jason Gossrout. That garage door breaks. SchaeferDoor.com. And they will be out there quick, fast, in a hurry to fix it. They create space in Monday mornings in their schedule to fix the doors that break over the weekend. It's Schaefer Door Company. SchaeferDoor.com. Doug, you've been out. They've been to your house.
I have, yeah. Got a strut. Help that door go up and down a little smoother, a little easier. Thought I was going to need a whole new door. No.
Thanks, Jason.
No, yeah, that was Schaefer Door.
You're a man of honor.
Yeah.
636-782-3608. That's the number for TMA listeners. Go to SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door, CHI, overhead door dealer. Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Tim looked great today. The Dea should strive to be more like him. Thanks, and go Tigers. That's from Scott.
Didn't care for it. Scott, Scooter, wore scoots.
If there is anything that I learned this week, it is that Jackson won't go to the Mizzou game without his best buddy Mark unless he decides to. The lure of the Lot L tailgate is just like a steak at Holes. Or the White Horse during a big Major League Baseball playoff run. I guess my point is that there has to be a way to monetize Tim's TikTok algorithm. It would be easy money, like draining the accounts of hockey fans on opening night with parking tickets because this is our town. Did anyone else notice how many times the NFL national broadcast uncomfortably referred to the attractiveness of Jackson Dart? I didn't know that they listened to TMA. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Jackson's apology for being right.
Shooter McGavin.
I did the same thing as Spiezio when I was young, but I didn't get a World Series ring. The only thing I ended up with was a bastard child and a gambling problem. Also, if Mizzou should lose tomorrow, the blame falls squarely on the 3-year-old and that Mark fella, and they deserve to swim in a brine-filled hotel pool. That's Steve at 1 Blue Jay Way.
Steve, 1 Blue Jay Way.
And finally, since you dolt seem incapable of managing the clock in order to start reading emails before 10:57, I'll just leave you with a series of haikus. Fish burns his money, betting Thursday night football, and Blues opener. Pale white producer needs to stick to what he knows. Poaching audio from other markets. Radio toughs talking about bullying these hoes. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the Recess Ladies Breast. And that's what we have. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email. What you got?
I'll go for Buck Swope, I guess.
Scott brought up a good point, but I'm going Shooter McGavin.
I'm also going Shooter.
I'm going Shooter McGavin as well.
It's the month of Shooter. That's the 4th win for him.
Yeah, I like what he's doing. He's in form. He's hitting the ball off the middle of the club face right now, and that shot dispersion is really creating birdie opportunities, and it's reducing 6-foot or longer par putts where he's going to card some bogeys. So that's fun to watch the way he's playing right now. Okay, BK and Ferrario are coming up next, Jackie Papers, and they are live from Centene. So the boys will be there from 11 to 2, Fast Lane from 2 to 6 for Jackson Bennett Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.